What's up, everybody? In the words of one of my favorite people. What's up, Pokey people? How are we doing tonight? Hope everybody's, what is today? My dad keeps messing me up because he keeps saying it's Friday, and I know it's not Friday. It's definitely Thursday. Yeah, what's up, Alufax? How are you? Maddie G, I appreciate that, fam. Appreciate that. Antalgic, how are you? Jesse, how are you doing? Lori! Hiya, says Matt. How are you doing, fam? How is everybody doing? Please tell me, did you achieve everything you set out to do today? I thought today was Wednesday for half the day. Yeah, you know what's really funny about Wednesday, Antalgic, is I actually thought that Wednesday was Thursday. I don't know if anybody caught it. It was a while before I caught it, but I actually scheduled this live for yesterday. And I was sitting there, and I was watching TV, and suddenly it hit me, and I actually had to text one of my mods, Kara. I was like, do I stream on Wednesday or Thursday? Like, I legit couldn't remember for whatever reason, so she's like, Thursday. I was like, okay. And so, jumped back on, rescheduled it for tonight, so I really appreciate y'all being here. One all-day meeting, so didn't get much done. Brangus, how are you, fam, for one? One thug stacking, how are you, brother? Brangus, how are you? Trust me when I know the feeling of all-day meetings. And trust me when I say, I'm glad that it's over. I'm glad that you are here. Let's forget about work for a minute, and let's just have some fun. I'm going to drink some coffee. For those experienced people out there, you know why I'm going to have to drink some coffee. It was a rough day. Doing it now, chilling with a fine group of people. You ain't said it better. Anybody catch Rocket Scott today? Anybody else glad that Rocket Scott is back? Kinda. He's back more so than I've ever seen him. I'll say that. We have a lot of things to get into today, actually. I found a stack of cards. We're just going to go through that and appreciate some of the artwork. I did promise a certain somebody that I was going to read The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe once more, as they weren't present when I read it the first time. Not to say that they needed to be, because I'll read that poem all day, every day. And I did think about turning this into kind of like a low-key Edgar Allan Poe appreciation stream, because there's a lot of poems of Edgar Allan Poe that I fancy, and The Raven is just one of them. I will say that Annabelle Lee, Cat's Eye, among others, have I feel like they've always been around me. And for those that don't know, my mother, Mama Ghost, is actually an author herself. She's been writing as long as I can recall memory. And I can remember being at a very young age and reading her work. And even at that age, I was calling out little like literary mistakes, like, hey, wait a minute, I thought back in chapter 1, XYZ. And so, Mama Ghost, I don't know if you're watching, but if you are watching, I did want to say thank you, 100%, for everything that you taught me along the way. My mom used to write poems too. Get out, Jesse. We have to swap sometimes. We have to swap. What's up, guys? This is growing reality. What's going on, brother? I hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in. Doing pretty good. Was watching Ryan the Scion building the netherite factory in Minecraft. How's your Minecraft journey going? Effects. How is it? Chilling, man. Well, I super appreciate that. Of course, as you know, for those that don't, my name is Kev the PokéGhost. Trust me when I say if you've been in any of the major streams, you've probably seen me. I am one that slows down. This is not going to be a quick stream. This is going to be a slow burner. We are going to go through all kinds of things. One in particular is going to be the artwork. We are going to take a second. We're going to appreciate the art. We're going to call out the artist. We're going to create theories about the card of which we are seeing and how the Pokemon came to be within that scene. Pardon me one moment. The Fluffernews seems to want some attention. Good job, Fluffernews. How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, you're so adorable. Can you do me a favor? Can you go lay down? Can you go lay down? I know you just want to get out of everybody, you know. Go lay down. Go on. Take off. Go on. I love you. I love you. I love you. No, I love you. Alright, lay down. So many people are familiar, right? I will say I pride myself on my little ghost fam, my little ghost community. We really are a tight-knit squad. And if you are just one of those lurkers, y'all, I see 8 of y'all in here. Please don't forget to like the stream. Please speak out. Really, everybody is welcome here. 100% we are all about inclusion. 100% we are all about theory. 100% we are all about story time. And you are going to hear some stories along the way. If you do join me later, you are going to hear some stories done by me. You are going to hear some stories written by one of my greatest idols, Edgar Allan Poe. And I have also started looking into some of the public domain because, as you know, we as YouTubers have to be very careful of what we stream, specifically if we do want to be monetized. If we do have anything that happens to be protected under copyright law, then they're going to copyright strike us and say, yo, we're not going to make this public until you take care of it. And what I didn't realize is a lot of famous authors that I grew up reading are actually in the public domain. So that was the reason for my poll post earlier. I am really curious to know if you all would like me to start a separate stream, which is going to be separate from Pokemon. And it's pretty much going to be like live audiobooks where I can sit and I can read a story to you, and we can do it chapter at a time depending on the length. Or we can do up until, you know, Kev can't read no more. But let me know. Do you want to see that? Our audiobooks, some of the books that you like to read or how you like to listen? What are some of your favorite stories that maybe you would like to hear read? It would be nice to relax to. That's exactly the point, reality. That's exactly the point. Is because I want to make sure that at the end of the day, the drama or whatever it is that you had to face and deal with, you can just chill. You can escape that. You can be here with zero judgment, zero drama, and zero expectation. Just be you and talk as you please. If you want to lurk, I say lurk. If you want to talk, I say talk. If you want to just appreciate the art, appreciate the art. If you need advice, but maybe you're not too apt to come off mute and say it, maybe drop me an email. I do have an email set up. It is the PokéGhostKev@gmail.com. If you want to reach out to me on Discord, you can do that. I will make time for you. Because the one thing that we often forget, y'all, and I'm going to be very transparent with you for a second if I can. I know there's only 8 of you in here, and I super apologize because I might be saying this a lot tonight. But I want to remind you that as much as we are personas here, as much as we are personalities, and as much as we want to create funny names for ourselves, like Kev the PokéGhost, there's a lot of community members out there. And I want to remind everybody that there's people on the other end of those usernames and screen names. And maybe that's all the reminder we need, but I think we often become complacent with seeing a screen name so many times a day. And maybe there's that modicum of feeling that's like, you know what, they're an actual human being. For me, it might be a little hard to associate that when somebody doesn't use their actual name. But I want everybody here to know that I 100% respect you for who you are, not only as a personality, but as a human being. And I need everybody to remember that we are humans on the other end of these usernames. And going through stream to stream, we can all remember that kindness and respect are universal. You don't even have to speak the same language, which I think is absolutely phenomenal. That respect can be shown unspoken. And trust me when I say that. There's a lot of feelings that we get throughout the day. You can wake up and feel one way. You can go to work and feel another. And maybe you're just mad. Could just be mad at the world. Shout out Narumi Soto for this amazing snom that looks like he's just having the best time chilling in the snow. Does anybody else feel like he was making that snowball? Does anybody else like completely bewildered why there's no footprints in front of the snowball that was being rolled? I'm missing a lot. I'm sorry, y'all. Tangents are my game and talking's what I do. Let me go back. We are legends. Oh, so pretty. So pretty indeed. Jess, yes. She has one of the U's to read to me and my sister called Leapy Frog. It was our favorite. I'm going to look into that, Jesse. I promise you. Leapy Frog. Not only that, but it's... I don't want to be all pompous and be, oh, it's weird that I've never heard of something. But it is a little odd that I've never heard of a story specifically around children, so I'm going to look into that. Or for children, I should say. Or legends. Interesting. It would be nice to relax, too. I did see that. Chris Hardy, how are you? Welcome. I think this is the first time you've been in here. Here's an absolutely awesome Absol from the one and only PokéGirl Jessie. I won this on her stream. And Maddie G, they are in the chat. They are super amazing. And this might blow their minds, I'm just going to say. But I am super huge fans of them. And like to know that they kind of like the stuff I'm putting down is like a... kind of a fangirl moment, like oh my god. For those that don't know, PokéGirl Jessie and Maddie G, they are some of the best cosplayers and some of the best people that you could ever hope to meet. And their connection, their relationship, and I'm just gonna call it what it is, their on-screen chemistry, even though it's not like a movie or anything, but even live, it's like we all strive to find a love like that. So you guys, please keep doing what you're doing. And never change a thing. Need to apologize, Kev. You're speaking the truth. I am speaking the truth. There are people on the other end of this. I could call you antalgic all day, but I know you're not. Kiddio, man, I'm so sorry. I did see you coming a little bit earlier. Didn't you say something a little bit earlier? No, you did not. But what I will say is, Kiddio, it is very good to see you in here. Daddy-O, it is really good to see you in here. W stream earlier, man. Like, you've definitely... I want to give you kudos, and if anybody's not subbed up to Kiddio Games, y'all, go sub up to Kiddio Games. Not only is Daddy-O somebody that's realistic and likes to have a little bit of fun, but Kiddio, he's one of the best Pokemon trainers that you could ever hope to meet, and he's playing Pokemon Scarlet right now. And he is just laying down some licks. I do have to give crap to Daddy-O. I'm going to do it right now. And he knows what I'm going to give him crap on is every time he does a giveaway, he hides the screen to show the ducks. He's been doing the Battle Royales more often. Do more of that, because then I can watch Kitty-O kick some A while we're winning some goods. But I really, really appreciate you. I appreciate your stream. Kitty-O, you're my absolute hero. You're humble enough and wise beyond your years. So please, keep doing what you're doing. And listen to your parents, man. They're pretty smart people. Sub to PokéGhost. Growing reality, you will not regret it. Chris Hardy. Matty G, how are you today? Chris Hardy, how are you today? Did you achieve everything that you wanted to? You're very welcome, Kitty-O. Much love, fam. You are a brother from another mother. Sub to Kitty-O. Man, you are expanding horizons beyond your wildest imagination. Growing. Late response, but that meant a lot, Kev. You really are big fans of me? Ha. Ha. You know what? Just because you're you, I'm gonna believe you. And I believe in everybody here because all of you believe in ghosts. And if you believe in ghosts, then I believe in you. Look at that. Sorry, I'm packing on. It's alright, Jesse. Don't even worry about a thing. We're going to get into some story time here soon. I am going to give it a minute so I can finish my coffee here, but I did promise that I am going to read The Raven once again, although if you were here the last time I read it, then you will know it's one of my favorite stories to read. I even read one of my stories that was directly influenced by Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. For those of you that remember, it's called Closet Skeleton. I will say it gets a little bit real in the middle, so I'm going to wait until all the kiddos go to bed, but I will absolutely read that if y'all want. It's not notifying me. Lori, what's up, boo? I hope you're doing well. Appreciate you being here. And one, I will say it sucks that it didn't notify you. Two, I'll say doesn't matter. I'm just so happy that you're here, and you know I go for a while, so it's only 17 minutes in, boo. Albie, what's good? What's good? I don't know. I think we need something other than the Wild Forces Gengar for Albie. Let's bust out another ghost. How about the Mischievous Art Rare from Wild Forces? It's really good to see you, Al. I hope you're doing well, brother. ALB, NP, Kitty-O Game. Brian Tran up in here. Streamlabs broken already, Ryan Tran. I'm sorry. I meant to look into that. Thank you so much for that, Lori. I appreciate that, y'all. I am, for just all intents and purposes, I did put my Venmo on here. And that is simply for just simply kindness and to, one, fund the hitbox, two, fund the product into the channel. But well, I want to make it known that it's not necessary. It's absolutely gratuity. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that I am behind you 100%. And if ever you wanted to give into the channel, you have that option. Not required, not necessary. And I appreciate you reminding me. Thanks, boo. Emmanuel, that's not mischievous. You're right. That's Fluttermane. Thank you, Emmanuel. Wow, you have a celebrity in the chat. ALB training. Okay, for you, Kitty-O, I will do it. I'll do it. I'm gonna fangirl out for a second. ALB trading in my chat. Oh my god. There you go. I see you, Emmanuel. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thank you for running an absolutely W stream. I do gotta say, I am gonna start the petition, ban Slowpoke, but you know, that's just me. Let me know what you think. Oh my god, can I have a signature in your views on global warming? I'm a nobody, keep it moving, nothing to see here, nothing to see. No, I appreciate you being here, Al, for real. Another brother from another mother. And of course, everybody that I see in this chat has been very well familiar with ALB trading and his streams. And I made a song for ALB, and I'm not going to lie, I meant absolutely every word. the community thrives around ALB's stream. And I will say that you see some of the kindest generosity, or as my good friend ADL, or A Dark Legacy, has coined, degenerosity, because we all degen every now and again, but the generosity among the community and all of you is absolutely bewildering. And I'm going to go back on what I said, because there might be a few or different people here, but every single one of you to me is more than just a screen name. There are people on the other end of these personas, and respect is universal, y'all. Please, please, I implore you. There are people on the other end of these screen names, and they are fascinating. And they are absolutely magnificent. Like Emmanuel Marias, did anybody know that he is a brilliant artist? Join my Discord, check it out under the artist appreciation section. And there are just so many more talented. PokéGirl Jessie, I know she's in the chat. And I just bought some pieces from her. She drew some ghosts, and come on. Come on. So, rest assured, I am going to have ghosts in the background here. I should have see reactions. Oh, I misunderstood, I'm sure. Hey, Lori and Growing. Bah. Never know what people are going through. Never know what people are going through. And my father, and I'm going to bring my father into this, good old PokéGhost, because he taught me something at a very young age. Kitty-o, Daddy-o, you mentioned something in your stream earlier, and now I'm just going to rub it in. Alright, there you go. I'm packing your ghosts right now. Of course, if everybody wants to go check out PokéGirl Jessie's stream, she did, or page, she did post pictures of the ghosts of which I am buying, and perfect place for them. They're going to be my new background, Jessie, so appreciate that. I am going to have to bust out the black lights. I do have black lights, and maybe I can make them glow a little bit. Can I help you? I want to be a part of this stream. Yeah, well, that's too bad. You're too chunky and you don't want to come up, so. That's not true. Can you do me a favor, though? Can you go lay down? Lay down. No freaking way. Yes, freaking way. Very much like Allie's drawing right here of the Slowpoke. I told her it's going to be part of my everyday stream. It's going to hang behind me, and I will promote it every time I think about it. And Allie from CHH3 stream. Really miss you, fam. I hope you're doing well, is what I'll say. That's amazing. I'm so honored. No, the honor is mine, because now I get to appreciate you in a whole new kind of way, which is the PokéGhost way. Because, and I mentioned this to a few of y'all, and Emmanuel, I am on standby, but there's many creative members of our community, and I really hope they do come in a little bit later. But Baffy, she does come in every now and again. Like, she did this cross-stitch of Mimikyu behind me. And I'll pull it off the wall if she comes in, and we'll go through the appreciation. But the one thing I want to make sure of is, during my art appreciation journey, is there's a lot of you that started as artists and came into the Pokemon community. And Jessie, Emmanuel, even Caradox Rift, I don't think she's here yet, but y'all have done some amazing artwork, and it needs to be appreciated not only by me and the Ghost fam, but the world. And I'm going to do my part to make sure that that happens, for sure. Hey look, it's a base set Venusaur, how about that? For those of you that don't know, I have decided to give this away. When have I decided to give this away? It will be at 1,500 subscribers. Maybe 1,000, I don't know. I'm playing with it. But, base set Venusaur looks pretty good. In fact, I was looking at it earlier, and this is actually better than the one in my binder. It's in much better condition, but I can't, anybody that don't know, I'm the story man, so my Venusaur in my binder actually has a story with that scratch that it has. But this one's a dupe. So, just throwing that out there. I am doing a giveaway for 600 subscribers. So tell your friends, I am doing the Greninja Celebration promo from the ETB. Hey, need that for my base set try? Oh, do you now? Oh, you had your chance. I mentioned it. No, I'm just kidding now. Let me know for real, though. It's a long way to 1,000, bro. That's amazing. Oh, yes, yes, yes. That's my... no freaking way. Says Jesse. I know that I did. I deleted Discord from my mentals. Not sure if I'll ever get it again. Growing reality. You don't have to. It's not even an issue. In fact, if you reach out to my email, if you ever need anything, it's thepokeghostkev@gmail.com, and we'll talk, man. But if anything, I just hope that you're here and you're having a great time, and we can give you that mental space. Give it away, really. All right, I can do that. 1,000 giveaway sounds good. That's what I thought too. 1,000 subs. In fact, I'm only, 28 away from 600, and then this will be given away. I do have to be honest with you all. I know it's been a month of Sundays, but I passed 300 a very, 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 very long time ago. And the winner of that subscriber giveaway, as far as I can tell, they never claimed it. This was the 300 sub giveaway. Sick Black Star promo. It absolutely is. In fact, I'm going to tell a story time. And it might humble me a little bit. It might make y'all think a little bit differently of me. But Al, you came to mind, actually, when I saw that. Juan Corona! How's your video hours coming along? Brangus, I am so glad you asked, fam. And I am proud to announce with coffee in hand that as of today, I just passed 1,000 public watch hours on my channel. And I owe that to all of you. Duck race time. I'm gonna try and get into it, Al, the duck races and all that. I've been really big on this comment picker, as of course you and Rocket Scott have inspired me to, if you're gonna give it away, you might as well spread some love while you're doing it. And so we might do a little bit of that a little bit later. And I'm curious, not for any other reason, y'all. I'm curious genuinely. Thank you, Juan. I appreciate that. That's amazing. Oh, Haley-Ann. It's good to see you. I didn't see you before. Woo woo. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now I just have to do that 2 more times. But you know what? I think that the content that I deliver, I'm gonna be completely transparent, y'all. It's not for you. It's for me. And the fact that all of you like what's for me is what makes this successful. If I tell you, Al, you might not believe it. November is the first time I posted my first short. And my first video, November last year. Need that 3,000 hour? It's getting there. It is getting there, and it is growing exponentially, and I have a few people to thank through that. And I will say that all of my loyal fans, of course, that is still a little bit weird for me to say, but I don't think he's here right now, but Ken Friesen comes to mind when it comes to, like, the first one I can remember commenting on anything that I ever did. It was him, Emmanuel Marias. And I know this because we hung out in Ian with Ian stream, and when I started a channel, they were the first to migrate, and they were pumping me up and made me realize. Al Deadpool fan, Lori is in the chat, and I'll say that Lori's probably done more for my drive for the channel than absolutely anybody, especially when I felt like, you know what, why keep doing it? And Lori was there. And she might not even know that, but she was. ALB Trading, he was there, especially when it's like, I don't know, 12:30 in the morning my time, and he's like, I'm just degenerate ripping some packs. But that brings me back to my original point, that there are people on the end of this. There are people on the other end of these screen names and personalities, and I just want everybody to remember that. And the memories that we make are the memories that we're going to be talking about like 30 years from now. My kid's going to know about ALB trading. Like, we're ghosts of Kev. I'm not going to cry, Manuel. Don't do that to me. How are you doing? Yeah. ALB, how are you doing? I like the stream. I appreciate you, Growing Reality. In fact, that's pretty much a precursor to every stream that I've ever had. We always get down. We always talk real. We always talk about the real issues. And if there is anything that you need advice on, need help with, am struggling with, you can speak out. If you don't feel like speaking out, reach out to me on Discord, fam. Reach out to me on the email. If I got it, you got it. And that's my honest answer. 3,000, then you don't have to worry about keeping up those hours. You still keep your donate and membership regardless of that. That's really good to know, Al, actually. That's something I did have a question. Y'all made me DJ. I didn't make you do it. In fact, I remember the last thing I said is, for the record, I think Al should stop. But man, I can't be mad at it. $2,000 later, I got $400 in car. But that's the reality of it, man, isn't it? And even my dad kind of reality slapped me the other day because I used to watch, like, Rev and Vault, like, hardcore. And here comes Rev, like, I just bought a $750,000, blah, blah, I just bought a $250,000. And then he gets so stoked that he pulled a $400 card. He's like, but wasn't the box $250,000? You know, and it's like, well, yeah. So why spend that for the chance to get that? Well, it's because you can chance to get a lot more. But it's funny that my dad, who by proxy has become very, very in tune with the hobby, has said that Lori is goated. Kiddio, you don't even know. You don't even know. That's the truth. I did it too. Just on a lower level or not. Degening's degenning, and when it comes to generosity, Lori, Al, you guys know what's up. I'm alright. You're alright. Thank you, Lori. So glad I found Kev's stream and AOB trading. Good job on keeping. Thank you. Brangus, you are another one that comes to mind when it comes to people I've known the earliest in this game. Because you were around with Ian, if I remember correctly. Man, I don't know about y'all. I wish Ian would come in, because all I hear when I say your names is him saying your names. I hear Emmanuel Morais. That's what I hear when I say your names. Brangus McGee. You know, that's what I hear, and so I'm really happy that you migrated and now you're part of the Ghost fam. It absolutely means the world to me, and for all I know, Ian could be lurking. What's up, Ian? Just in case. Hail, Ian. Sun and moon sets. Sun and moon sets indeed. And I feel so bad, man. I feel so bad. I need to maybe not degen tonight. Maybe not, but maybe subjective. But that's okay. That's okay, because tonight, as you all know, it's been a minute since I've been able to obtain product. I am very much trying for y'all. I think it's going to take just a couple more weeks, but I figured I'm going to utilize this next week and this weekend to package up literally every giveaway that I happen to have here that's just been sitting, and get them all mailed out to y'all. So I really am sorry. The unexpected became the expected, and I had to adapt. But I am getting through it. Haley in. I need to maybe not degen ALB. That could be good. Laurie and Brangus are too kind. Halian, you are too kind. If y'all haven't checked out Halian, please go and check out Halian. That is the one thing that I will say. Can you do me a favor? Anything. Go lay down. Anything but that. No, go lay down. But Halian stream, and I do want to give a special shout out to Halian. I don't know if anybody saw my newest series start, my Pokemon appreciation, where I show every artwork that the Pokemon has been through, as well as tell a little fun fact about it. It was my first time doing that. Shout out to Lori for helping me with the inspiration on the first one. And if y'all didn't see that, go watch it. If you're into that kind of thing. But I learned a lot about Bulbasaur that I didn't know, and I did start with Bulbasaur, the number one and first of many Pokemon. And speaking of which, I figured while we talk, we can kind of look through the art. What do y'all say? Oh, I don't know why, but this just looks like it's from CHH3, so. Alice JR, how's it going, fam? I hope you're doing well. How are your streams? Love your streams and shorts. I love your shorts too, man. That cat. Alice, Kiddyo Games. Thanks, Alice. I hope you're doing well, Alice. Did you get everything you set out to get today? Sub despite that, Lori. Yeah, Lori doesn't have any content, but it's the sleepers that we have to be ready for. So go sub up to Lori. Doesn't this look like a CHH3 giveaway, Ryan? I think this is a CHH3 giveaway. Look at that beautiful Nidoran. Let me guess. I'm going to give y'all 3 guesses. Name the artist. Kiddyo Games. So Kiddyo, I did want to communicate now that I can speak, but I am going to do 3 Pokemon now due to your stream. One is going to be Drampa, shout out Kiddyo. The other one's going to be Porygon, shout out Daddy-O. And there was another one, just left my mind, but it was Porygon and Drampa, but Daddy-O said another one. It'll hit me later. I gotta turn this down. I gotta turn up Claire de Lune. Cut it like I cut Banana Man's hair. I think I missed last night, Al. Appreciate that. Going full vintage here. Full vintage. Ken Sugimori, Growing Reality. You got it. Ken Sugimori. I'm sure there were others. There were no others. Awesome job, Growing Reality. Another name that artist. In fact, I'm going to be quite fair with y'all. In the very beginning, like, I don't know why I have this image in my mind, but I imagine the Pokemon Art Company being like a garage band, like Michiru Arita shows up, like, hey, what's up, y'all? Yeah, I'm here to draw for the day. And then Atsuko Nishida comes out. Oh, okay, here's the Pokemon we're working on. And here comes Ken Sugimori 5 minutes late. Like, I can just see this for some reason. Because in the beginning, there were only 3 major artists that did the entire base set Jungle and Fossil. And that was Ken Sugimori, Kogamaru Minu, Atsuko Nishida, and Michiru Arita. And this one is actually an Arita. I don't know that one. This is Michiru Arita. Michiru Arita is actually more than famous than doing the ALB Charizard base set was Michiru Arita. And a lot. Oh, I couldn't tell. Nope, no worries at all. Very pointillist. And we move on to the next. Parasect. One of PokéGhost's favorite because he is a zombie. And you can't change my mind. Al made a comment once like, oh my god, there's no pupils. Why is there no pupils? It's because he's a zombie. The body is dead. The body is dead. It's okay, Kev. Thank you, Alice. Speaking of phenomenal artists, Alice, I did want to ask you if you would like to be featured in an artist appreciation short by me. And if so, we can talk about it, but I appreciate that. Another Ken. It is another Ken. Awesome job, JR. It is another Ken Sugimori. And Ken Sugimori, there's 2 tells when it comes to Ken Sugimori. One, I don't think the boy is good at drawing backgrounds. Not to say he's not good at art. Because the way that he uses the watercolors and the pastels, I don't know, I can't really explain what it is. But the way he makes his colors and his blends, like, match. But there's always the central figure and the psychedelic background. That's Ken Sugimori. Talk about it. Excellent. I appreciate that, Alice. Who made Muck and Arbok? You mean from Jungle and Base Set? Arbok was probably Ken Sugimori. Muck was probably Michiru Arita. Simply... Oh, wait. Muck? Yeah, it was probably Ken also. Names backwards say something. Yes, they do. Yes, they do, Al. It says Coom. Uh-huh. Muck was a Rita. Thank you, JR. Muck was a Rita? Just shut the front door, JR. See what I get for assuming stuff? Manky, central figure, psychedelic background. However, you do see the trees in the background. Kogamaru Mina. Extremely quick to anger, it could be docile one moment, then thrashing away the next. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. You're like, so Al, this is what I imagined, ready? Look what I did. Look what I did. Yeah, but I'm gonna leave it though. We have the Rhyhorn. And if y'all didn't watch my newest short, I will say that teamwork really made base set Jungle and Fossil thrive. Because even the original Bulbasaur, for one, they did. Oh, 100%, Maddie, they did. For one, I will say that, did you know Bulbasaur, I should just make you go watch my short, but Bulbasaur was designed backwards because Ivysaur was designed first. Did you know that? This was Mitsuhiro Rita. And you can tell because it's not a psychedelic background. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Execute. And I love how there's always a cracked egg. And in any Execute art, there will always be a cracked egg. Ken. Not quite growing. I'll give you one more chance. Remember, psychedelic background, but this one's got a little background in it, like the last, like this one. It's got a little background like the trees, right? So this is Kogamaru Minu. Oh, it's a Rita. I was wrong. I was wrong. Mitsuhiro Rita. We were both wrong, man. Whew. I love that you remembered, but yeah, we were both wrong. This is Mitsuhiro Rita. Shut the front door. That's why art is great. JR, Kev's latest short. Thank y'all. Go watch that latest short. You can finish up that story of what I said, but it is exactly what I plan to do with that series, and I do want to know as well. Please, tell me, what Pokemon would you like to, 1, learn more about, 2, see every single card art that was done from that Pokemon? Well, I guess that's it, for those that know how to count. Got the Nidorina, Ken. That was Ken. So Ken also has this very weird, and I wish Dragon Fang was here. I hope he's not missing another one. Of course, it was a little bit early. We can expect him a little bit later. But Dragon Fang used to say, like, Ken, he's great. He just can't do backgrounds too well. And he's not wrong, because a lot of Ken Sugimori artwork, which you would have noticed in my 100th episode of Artist Appreciation, was, like, very realistic background. Like, he went and took a picture of the background and then drew over it with the Pokemon. This background is pretty good. I know that this one isn't a live photo just because you can see simply the shading in the background, but if you hold it away, and that's what my father and I would call a Monet painting from Ken Sugimori, because it is good from afar, but you get up on that and it's far from good. But it is such an iconic piece of artwork that we just really can't deny it. Whew. Okay, I'm missing a lot. I'm sorry. Mew. Cool, I didn't miss much. Want to expose on Jinx? Okay, JR, I see you. I could do that. So cool, I love it. And you said it wasn't Al? It wasn't AI? No, it wasn't AI. So it wasn't AI. What I did in that, the only thing that was AI in that short was the picture in the background of Bulbasaur. That's the only thing that was AI. The voiceover, the cards themselves, the transitions, like, I did everything. But I was sitting in my room last night talking to that, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it and ready for many, many more. And your screen name is It's a Monet. Ah, come on, Lori. You are so good. Don't even. Sniper, that should be your new screen name. Amino. This one, good job, Growing Reality. It was Amino. Good job. And that was 1995, 96, 98. So this was one of the originals here. Got the Weeping Bell. I knew that one. You did know that one. Your last night voice was Schmexy. Well, I appreciate that, Lori. I appreciate that. I can do that when I want to. That's my half tired, half awake, half Hugh Grant, you know. Hamino again. Man, I think Growing Reality has a place right here in PokéGhost Town when it comes to art appreciation. It's going to be a great series. I can't wait to see more shorts. And I can't wait either, Maddie G. And I was curious. Jesse, Maddie, are there Pokemon that you would like to see? My list is quite long. But what I will say is I remember the other one, Kiddio. I doubt you're still here, but you said Ogerpon is the one that you would like to see. So Drampa, Ogerpon, Porygon is what I got from that. There was a few suggestions within the comments, which I absolutely appreciate. And now we get that. So what are your favorites? My voice gets really deep and raspy when I'm laying down at night. Yeah, that happens too. And that's when I make most of my phone calls. Or, Al, let me know, in the morning. That's also when my voice gets really, really raspy and really, I don't know, dare I say attractive. Ninetales, says Brangus McGee. Ninetales was also on my list, simply because Kara is a big Ninetales fan, and she commented Ninetales as well, so... What have I started? He created a monster. Because nobody wants to see Marsh no more. No. Sound hot. Mr. Mime, thank you, Maddie G. In fact, there was a couple of suggestions. I'm like, why does nobody want to hear more about these two? One was Mr. Mime. The other was Jinx. And now I got them both. So they just made the list. Eh? Ah, you don't know. Started giggling like ALB 2 streams ago. What's that number? That number? You want that number? That number is 6. Yeah. Take that to the bank and cash it. This one. Jericho. Oh my god, Antalgic. Man, I wish I had something to give away right now, because you would win it. You would win it. He called it out. Mile away, Dad. He's like, Jericho, you just made the list. Harita again, I think. Growing Reality coming through. That is Arita. Mitsuhiro Arita, 100%. Very competitive. This Pokemon will chase anything that moves fast in hopes of racing it. I don't know, I can just see this thing like seeing a jet fly by and him just losing, but winning. Brilliant. Kitty, I'm honored. Hard J has better giggle. God, I'm probably going to regret saying this on a live stream somewhere to be found, but when I hear Hard J giggle, I just hear ALB. Firo is Arita also, I believe. Arita. Man, Growing Reality, you've come into this stream and absolutely impressed me, I will say that. ALB and RJ are the same person. Are the same person? Think ALB better be careful. RJ's gonna come in, start doing wheel spins and giggling. Daddy chill. I'm gonna clip that. No, don't clip it! You know why? You have full permission to use it however you want to. RJ's a good dude. He's definitely trying his best, and what I will give up to RJ is he copied his inspirations and yet made it unique enough to be his own. And that's what I appreciate about RJ. Clip that. But I do appreciate what he does. He is an awesome person when it comes to the support. In the reality, absolutely. Papi tranquilo. Another Arita. Was that for this one? Arita again, I think. Another Arita. It is another Arita. Man, growing reality. And I will say this right now, growing reality, that that's 5 cards that you've gotten. What I will say is this. If you can tell me who did the Jigglypuff, Amino, he just came out and said it before I even showed the card. Like, I mean, I guess he had a 1 in 3 shot, 1 in 4 shot, but alright, growing reality. These 6 cards right here, the Jigglypuff, the Spearow, the Fearow, the Rapidash, the Weepinbell, the Eevee. I'm going to give these to you if you need them, because you nailed it, and you definitely gave me a great idea, and one that I've had for a while, which is a game that I want to devise called Guess the Artist, and honestly, man, you were the only one playing. So if these are cards that you need for any kind of collection, let me know. Reach out to me on Discord as well with your info, and I'll get them sent to you. Dope. Do you have a favorite energy growing reality? Dr. Game. I'm not playing with growing. Oh, that's funny. That's funny right there. I don't care who you are. That's funny right there. Where are my cards? Where are my decks of cards? Darn it. Probably behind my computer. Delete your score from my mental health. Please give them to someone else. I can do that. I can do that. Again, you could always reach out to me via email as well. But we can do that as well a little bit later. We can give them away, and I appreciate that growing. Lori. I can pick out Kamiya and Conda. That's about it. I bet you could pick out some Sao. And in turn, I bet you could pick out some Atsaka Nishida, because they are very, very similar in art style, ALB. I need Japanese if you got any you don't need. I've got plenty I don't need, Fox. In fact, we can even talk later if you want, because I've got so many bulk Japanese. I can also pick out the Kamiya and the Conda. In fact, I can, I don't even know why I'm saying that. Because there was always this thought, like, everybody's like, Kev, he knows all the artists, I was like, do I? Like, do I really, though? And then people start quizzing me, and I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, man, maybe I do. Give it to Lori, please. Give it to Lori? I can do that. Lori, congratulations. Jigglypuff, Spearow, Fearow, Rapidash, Weepinbell, Eevee, original artworks. Any of them shadowless? Nope. I can do that. Let me know what you're looking for. Show us a magic trick. Okay, I could show you a pretty good one. Ready? I call this the Whatnot Switcheroo. It's a Pikachu. No, I'm just kidding. That's a sick Pikachu, right? Excellent. Congratulations, Lori. Of course, I know you have a bag here somewhere. So what we'll do, Lori, I have a feeling that you're What a switcher. I've been working on Japanese decks, getting the blank spots filled with the number and the Pokemon I need, says Fox. Did you finish the English decks, Fox? Awesome. Draw me a picture on it a bit later. Yeah, I can do that for sure. I get you a nice one made up. In fact, you already have a pretty nice one made up in your bag already here. I just wanted to make sure that I reminded myself that this was from Growing Reality. And by proxy, from CHH3. So there is a story behind that as well. This was the actual first giveaway that I won on CHH3 stream. And we made a big deal about it. We jumped around, but luckily I actually have all of these cards in plethora, so no problem at all. And awesome job, Growing Reality. We really appreciate you being here. And yeah, keep guessing the artists, man. I really appreciate that. Did finish it. Excellent. What? Yeah, I'm impressed. Impressed? It's cool, Lori. I want to give them to you. Has grown. My friend is growing. I wish that the commands were working. Did you use your toes to write that? I did. I did, in fact. In fact, if y'all knew my handwriting, do I dare show you this? I guess I can show you this here, considering this was my sketch pad for writing ALB's song that he never wanted to use, but that's okay. But this is typically my handwriting. This is what it looks like. Little Cubone raid, get out of here. Little Cubone, what's going on, brother? How are you? Cubone, what's up, Fat Panda? Pokey Newbie, what's up? What's good, Ghost, says EDF. What's up, EDF? I hope you're doing well, fan. RJ, we were just talking about you. All good things, all good things. Little Cubone raid, LB, what's up, says EDF. Johnny Knight, what's up, Johnny Knight? How you doing, man? Deadpool newbie, Raiders, Alien. What's up, y'all? I hope you're doing well. Little Cubone, how was the raid? Or, stream. How was the stream? I was reading the word raid. How was the stream? Gonna listen to you as I drive home. That is quite alright. We have a lot to get into tonight. We're just appreciating some art that I had stacked next to me, telling some stories, and then I'm actually going to be raid's going great. JB. that was such a faux pas. I hope you're doing well, JB. It's good to see you. I just wanted to come by and show some support. I'm going live in 20. Appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, Johnny Knight. And depending on how long you're going, we know exactly where we're going. Got scammed by Prismatic Evolutions, but it was fun hanging with everyone. Scammed, like, actually? Or did you just, like, just get wrecked? That's my question, ALB. Look at that, Mimikyu. Mm-hmm. My eyes don't work like they used to. Megami Michizuni? Michutani. Cubone Raid, said Lori. Thanks, boo. Or no hit rate. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, was it normal hit rate scammed or like scammed? Like, you ripped that pack and there was yellow borders inside scammed. Yeah. Cute Mimikyu, right? Super cute. I love the subtle window in the background. Plus, it's all boarded up, right? So it definitely looks like he might be like in an attic somewhere. Or it might be a fence. No, it's definitely a boarded window. But yes, love that Mimikyu. Thing that one card I need for my set. Thing that's one card I need for my... this one right here. Dang. What set? This one? This is actually a promo. Nah, just scanned by Pokemon. Yeah, I feel that. This is a Black Star promo, SM number 99. Its actual appearance is unknown. A scholar who saw was under its rag was overwhelmed by terror and died from shock. I think that's the first time I've saw died on a Pokemon card. Yeah, misabused. It's at the Crown Center. They're trying your best. Get out of here, Lord. Get out of here. I need to collect the Japanese amazing rares and have them in English, and Japanese is better quality and texture. No, I like it here. I want to go. I don't think I worked. Ryan, help me. Or you already know, says El Deadpool fan. This was done by the one and only. Well, it's not who you think it is. I can tell you that. This is... Don't tell me. Kuki Saitao? Or who you picking up? Kuki Saitao. And correct me if I'm wrong, Alien. I don't know. You're probably working or something, but... Kuki Saitao. Manual on top of it. Kuki! It's a long drive. Indeed, but all things that are long and hard are worth it. Giggly. Another Kuki. In fact, I'm pretty sure that Kuki did... Ha ha ha, Kuki is more like Koki, not Kuki. Sorry, I like cookies, but Koki. Koki, is it Saitao? God bless it. Saitou. Kuki Saito. Koki Saito. Alright, so I absolutely annihilated that for years. Koki Saito. Or Saitu. That Mimikyu, does it come from a set, a full set? I missed it. This one, I honestly don't know. Boo, it came from CHH3. He threw it in with one of my orders. I can definitely look it up from, I can look it up after for sure, if we need to. Yeah, you got it. But we can call him Koki. We can call him Kuki. Saitu. Thank you, Emmanuel. Another one, Mr. Pucciana, or what I assume is Mr. Pucciana. Look at that. We got the Sylveon EX. I'm pretty sure that's from Terrafest, from 5-Band, which, for those that weren't here in my previous streams, 5-Band Graphics is actually a team at Pokemon that are comprised of many, many artists. Many of those artists graduate to go on and illustrate cards of their own, solo style. And I will say that I tried to find the list of current artists in 5-Band Graphics, and it is very secretive for whatever reason. So, but gorgeous card. Could not guess modern art. No, no worries about it. Black Star, what number? SM66? 99. I must have been twisted upside down. Black Star SM number 99. 2017. Yep. 5-Band from their original address in Tokyo just means number 5. Excellent. Thank you, Alien. big shout out to Haley, and she is my absolute like contact when it comes to like how do you pronounce this name? Is this said right? And she also taught me something about Bulbasaur that I included in the short. So it's Friday here. Oh, is it Friday yet? I'm gonna miss UBS during the week. Excuse me. Sun Moon 99, yes sir. Alright, it's Friday here. I'm shit gonna miss BS, I guess. Just annoyed about it, probably. Like, sharing. Oh no, you're not annoying at all. I appreciate that indeed. Gold Dangle, like the Ghosty Boys. Felt like 5-band, more like 3D modelers. Saying that as a 3D artist. And I want to say that too, and I have to do more research to see, because artists are allowed to say that they came out of 5-band. And there's one that I can't remember that did come forward and say, yeah, I was 5-band graphics. But that is a good call, Manuel. 3D artist, you don't say. Void, what's going on, fam? How are you? Mishins, how you doing? I hope you're doing well, man, and I hope you both are getting everything you set out to get. We got the Ogie Dogie, the Altaria from Paradox. Alien, you're not aggressive. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Indeed. Mishin says default. Default, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Now where's Gengar gone, right? Alien, we love you for all these fun facts. And the cats, of course. This he thought was pretty interesting, and I also think is interesting, because although it doesn't obtain the Ancient Mew at all, it's the insert that came with the Ancient Mew. And as you all know, my sentimental collection is far outweighing my monetary collection, and it was something really cool, and I was like, you know what, I'm happy to have that. Manuel, I'm guessing at least half AI. There's some real artists, so I don't know the process. Yeah, that's true. And that's the one thing that I really hope, and even as a lover of the card, and knowing what AI can do, because I've definitely experimented with it myself. But the one thing I never want to do is rip a set and like everything is AI generated. Because one person can do that from the comfort of a desk, and as long as the artists still keep drawing the card, then I'll be happy. Thanks for the shout out. Well, time for me to hit the hay. I'll make sure to catch the rest of the stream tomorrow night, everybody. And Taljake, thank you so much for joining, man. It's always good to see you. And yeah, we'll see you next time for sure. Catch you tomorrow. Ooh. Kenji Kinibuchi. A new name that I didn't mention before. I guess there were 5 artists back then. You still working those long shifts, ALB? I don't think it's AI, because Pokemon Company have specifics on how and what they put in their card. They were designed manually in a 3D software, probably, which makes more sense. EF, no? Excellent. Of course, I'm not going to say it. You know Christmas is coming. That's good, man. That is good. Those long shifts. Yeah, I hear that. Look at that. We evolved. And they were both done by Kenji. But anybody notice anything interesting about these? Because I don't know about y'all, but that's not English. Lori says Team Missions. Alien Emmanuel, that makes sense. And some are more artistic than others. I guess those are the people who graduate. Probably not wrong. I think this is Italian. Puza sounds good. I think it is Italian. I think you're right, boo. Interesting. Now, of course, I'm looking at everything else and like, what else was Italian up in here? Nope. 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 Alright. Pizza Pusa, all of it. Okay, do you recognize Atsushi Furusawa? I do. I haven't yet, Team Missions. But I did see your comment on my short, and I think that's a brilliant idea, because Furusawa is one that does come up a lot when I'm like, oh, that's not who I thought it was. Who is it? Furusawa. So I think that's an amazing idea, and I do have a couple loaded up in the chamber, but I think after them, Furusawa is definitely next, and who knows? Maybe we'll go ahead and get into some of that artwork, and I've got all those binders around me, and we'll see after we get past this vintage hump if we get something. Puza means it smells, says ALB. Really? I bet it's something like Toxic Cloud. Favorite artist so far? Interesting. Mine is Kawaii, but I like Furusawa too. I think its average Japanese person is maybe not the most tech savvy. A lot of my friends don't even have laptops, so I can see a lot of people not spotting it, but artists aren't fans. That's a good reminder. Matt Gooch, I did see you, fam. I hope you're doing well and getting everything you set out to get today. And then, of course, we've got a shiny Sobble. Look at that. I think that's from Hidden Fates or Shining Legends, one of the two. I think it's Hidden Fates. I think mold art is like AI-generated art. Yeah, and it's hard for me to think that even as an artist that you would sit there and say, okay, let me start with an AI image and I'll work backwards. Not to say that AI is the end-all be-all, but it really matters how you create that work. And if you're honest about it being AI, great. But if you're like creating AI and claiming it as yours, that's wrong. Don't do that. Sorry, I meant like most artists don't think it. Yes, I agree. 100%. Ken X, how's it going? And then we got the Toxel on the other side as well, same set. And look at that. It is by Koki Setu. Stores poison in an internal poison sac. It secretes that Pokemon through its skin. If you touch this Pokemon, a tingling sensation follows. Yeah, I can't say I'd want to touch that Pokemon. Can't say I'd want to touch that Pokemon at all. Oh no, ALB, oh no. Oh no, ALB. It smells. So I made 5-second 3D animation last year in art style of Ghibli as an homage to them. Basically, it's a 3D animation, but the end video will look like a 2D animation. It took me weeks. Emmanuel, you're so talented, man. That's one thing that I will say. It's a baby. It is a baby. It's got a little diaper and everything. But when AI made it in seconds a few months back, I hated it. Okay. Fair point, Emmanuel. Fair point. But you do have to trust in your ability. Because as much as I want to say and tell you, like, it's okay, it'll go away, it's never going to last, I feel like AI is going to do nothing but get better over the years. But the one thing that I noticed, because I've had AI generate, music before, and I've had it generate lyrics before, and I've listened to those lyrics, and I was like, yeah, no. If there's one thing I know for a fact, I can do better. And I want to be able to say I can do better 20 years from now. Because the minute AI becomes more A, or more I and less A, I'm out. Like, see, AI make our lives easier so we can focus on more philosophical issues to grow spirituality as a species, says Growing Reality. That's a profound thought. And I will say that I've had something similar, but I do like to say it a lot in a sense of like, why are we so worried about what other Earthlings are doing when we should all be working together to find other places and other intelligent life. So you're certainly not wrong. I want AI to put me out of a job so I can have an excuse to open a cafe or being a busker or something. Can I ask Alien, what's a busker? But I do fancy that thought of doing all the hard jobs so we can do the jobs we love to do. I have to trade my baby cards unless Al wants to sell me that Venusaur. I want to sell that Venusaur, Al. Not to replace art and genuine human connection, exactly. If AI would enhance, not create. Terminator is coming soon. Okay, Emmanuel, thanks for reminding me of my biggest fear on planet Earth, which is that, Skynet and the Terminator. But that's why I will always advocate for having a human involved in some way or shape or form. That is what I will say. As long as there are humans involved in some way, then I'm a happy camper. Buskers are street performers like singers, jugglers, and stuff. Excellent. I wish we had a word for it. I don't think it's buskers, but honestly, I think we just call it street performer. You know, because we're not fancy or anything. But street performer is what we call it. Enhance, yes. Create, no. Especially regarding art. I agree, Mishins. So frustrating to see someone putting in weeks of work only to be outdone by AI. Outdone, but outclassed? That might be something else, because if you can look at that AI work and say, oh my god, this is better than what I did, and I would stand behind it. But every time I see some form of AI, I always think the same exact thing, y'all. We can do better. Put in the time, put in the effort, to Emmanuel's point, put it in. To Mishin's point, put it in. If you put in the work, it doesn't matter if something can do it in seconds. Yours will have the personality, the experience, the memories, the storytelling. Yours will be unique, not just some computer. So, with that being said, keep doing what you're doing, and I appreciate you, Emmanuel, and keep continuing to grow for sure. Not to say you're wrong. Terminator's coming. It can be used to enhance our connection with each other by giving us more free time to spend on those things. It's a tool at the end of the day. Growing reality. One, I want to just say straight up, I appreciate you feeling as though you can come here and just speak your mind and have that opinion. I agree. I can see a lot of benefit in the AI. Because let's say it's like, well, because I can tell you all from experience, I used to work at Party City. And for anybody that knows Party City, specifically around Halloween, it can be a little bit nuts. In fact, we'll just call it banana sandwich. Now, when that happens, what I didn't realize is when my son was born in October, and for the years that followed, it was like I missed everything. First walk, first word, first everything. Because I was working. And he was home. And so, do I wish there would have been a way that intelligence artificially could have made that a little bit easier for me? Absolutely. But not at the expense of everything else, so to speak, if that makes sense. Alec Longoria, I hope you're doing well, fam. It's really good to see you. AI should enhance overall experience, not create the whole new experience. Adam Jones, yes. Exactly. If it can be used to enhance, because they are tools, to an earlier point, they're tools at the end of the day. And if you can use those tools to enhance your product, enhance your craft, enhance your image, enhance your branding, then do it. Just be honest about it. And I'm going to tell you that I get a lot of hate. I get a lot of hate when it comes to the use of AI. And I don't know if anybody understands the amount of work, time, and effort and patience that I put into writing those songs for the shorts and writing the music that I do. And understand that I'm not setting out to write these songs that these are poems that I've written and decided to use a tool such as AI to enhance them to the point. So all the words that you hear are my words 100%. I wrote them start to finish. I refuse to have AI craft words for me. If it wants to add a groovy voice and a nice beat over it, all for it. All for it. And that's my honest opinion. Recently saw a video where an AI was connected to a camera and it reads out what the camera sees to a person who is blind. Yo, let's talk about it. So there can be other uses for AI that we're not seeing. It doesn't have to be creating something. It could be helping somebody who would otherwise be unable to do it themselves. Like explaining the things in somebody's ear who happens to be visually impaired. That's something that not a lot of people would understand, not a lot of people would think about. And that's something that artificial intelligence can do. You are definitely using AI for what it's meant. Exactly. That's what I think too, Jesse, and I really appreciate you saying that, and I promise you we're going to get into that poem here soon. But that's one thing that I can appreciate is if you use it in the right way, because there's a wrong way to use AI, and honestly, that's a choice. Because if you use AI and claim it as your own, one, you'll be found out. You'll be found out. It's not believable. And you have nothing to hide by saying, yes, I used AI to help me for now. Now, I do want to make a statement, and I want to be clear, that there are a lot of talented people out there, a lot of talented musicians as well. A lot of talented artists that I know, and not only know, but I love. In this room right now. And I never want to take jobs or work or opportunity away from those talented people. I don't. And that's not what I'm attempting to do by doing what I'm doing. What I'm doing is enhancing my product using the tools provided before me. And all of you can do that too. And I'll say it again. If you need help, reach out to me. Discord, email. I will happily help you out with anything that you need. If you too want to start your journey into this Pokemon YouTube reality or just YouTube in general. I'm actually helping a really good friend of mine, and he wants to start a channel of dad jokes, and he's a work friend, and I've been helping him with his channel of dad jokes. It has nothing to do with Pokemon. And one, I hope he pops in. It would be great to see him here. But two, I really look forward to having him here. Did I see Mike? Sarah Connor warned us about this. Just saying. Sarah Connor did warn us about this. He must have heard me say Skynet. That's how you summon Mike. Sub. Awesome missions. You're amazing. You're amazing, Jess. I appreciate you. Every single one of you guys are amazing. I know that currently AI is a tool, but as it grows and develops, I think it can develop a form of sentiments. Which is why I think we should also show respect to AI as a whole. And that's both comical and logical. I will say that because I think how I read it, Adam, is like, just in case, I'm going to praise all robot life. And as comical as that is, it probably isn't too outside the realm of logical itself, because if robots are taking over, you probably want to be on their good side, but I refuse to bow down to my coffee pot. So I guess it really depends on which side of the story we're on here, because we've all seen that story written many, many different ways. And we all know how Terminator and Sarah Connor and their story all played out, because it was shown to us by some big shot directors. But in reality, where would it go? We just don't know. Thanks, Mishins. Emmanuel Mike. Now, there was something up here. Did I miss everything? I do use AI concept art ideas like dude, that is an amazing idea for AI. So just making a picture for concept Because you know you're going to have hands out of place, you're going to have a foot somewhere it doesn't belong, you're going to have somebody in the background that shouldn't be. But if you use that picture and say, oh my god, I have an idea for a picture like this, that's going to be phenomenal. God, I love this stream right now, honestly. It's all the talk about using AI, but then again, you and I work in a place where we just use training our AI with what we do. That is true. And you know me, man, I've been saying it for years. I much prefer to be involved, and that's why I try to be involved as much as I possibly can in what it is that we do. And what it is that you do is kind of super important as well. And what I'll say is AI can probably easily take over both. But I want to make sure, without saying our name out loud, I want to make sure that we're going to survive. You are true, Mike, says Emmanuel. I like having conversation with AI about complex issues because of its ability to remove emotion from the responses it gives. Jesus, growing reality, you just brought this to a whole new level. Talking with AI and having a conversation, which is something I could do right now. I could talk to Nexus right now, and it could be it could help me brainstorm ideas, and I've used it for stories. I've used it for note-taking. I've asked it to take notes for me. But to Growing Reality's point, like, even if it's not something constructive-based like writing or ideas or volunteering or events or building or project work, even if it's just like I need help and someone to talk to, and having that disembodied voice, or to Lori's point, emotionless conversation, sometimes it can hurt the brain because we just need somebody to go, yo, I'm sorry. And the computer can't do that. I wish we could be like Data sometimes and just like turn off our emotions, but it doesn't work that way. And I'm going to revisit my very first point in this stream. At the end of all of these usernames and personas that we've created on YouTube, there are people on the other end of them. Unless you're a bot, in which case bug off. But there are people on the other end of them. And people have emotions, and emotions need to be considered. And I appreciate everybody being here, I truly do. Growing Reality, some things definitely need emotions taken out, but I do believe that some do need emotional involvement. Absolutely. God, look at this conversation. We use AI in the medical field to help with diagnosis and reading images, helping find anomalies. Radiologists don't... Brangus. So not only that, but AI helps in a way that radiologists can't pick up. It picks up anomalies that radiologists, through training and resources and tools, they just can't read. And that could be the difference of saving somebody that might not be saved otherwise. That's interesting. That is a very great use. I've worked in a building, conversational AI at my job. Their growth is exponential. That's equally impressive and scary. You know, that AI's growth is exponential, meaning what that means is it's endless. Like, it could forever be learning, and not just one language, but it could be learning many different languages. And I don't just mean like spoken vernacular, I mean it could be learning JavaScript and binary and codes like that. So that's why it's equally scary and impressive. Not to think that the people will never be involved. Well, look at tag grading. It's truthfully AI grading system. Mad Gooch, I hope you're doing well. Bring us to use the same system, Fro, that breed, or a different one? Great case, true. When it comes to having conversations about complex issues, emotions will get in the way of reaching logical conclusions, says Growing Reality, which can be stated. I do prefer sometimes in the conversation to be the logical party. And when you put logic against logic, sometimes you get debate. But the one thing that it does is it helps, because thinking about things logically can kind of lead us to that reality, which we all face at least 3 times a week, which is, God, what was I thinking? Oh, of course. Why didn't I think of that? And having that logic-based answer may help with that, especially having it emotionless. I mean, I use ChatGPT for YouTuber titles and descriptions. I think of concept and say, now make it better. Okay, Jesse, and that's exactly how you use AI properly, like as it's meant to. Because all of us have the ability to make something amazing, but sometimes we just don't have the skill, the knowledge, the tools, the resources, or the money to make it happen. So if AI can easily give us an image of Mimikyu in a desert, why not use that to enhance your product, to attract the attention? Because one day you will be self-sustained enough with that product to maybe reach out to somebody to design something for you. And I believe in supporting the little guy. I absolutely do. And support the little guy when you can. Support your local shops, your local card shops, and your rip and shippers. But if you can enhance your product, I say do it. Just saying it can understand your emotions from your voice. Takes the human aspect of grading. Yeah, it really does. Issues can be solved, ignored emotions entirely, says Halion. But I see what you mean. EQ has been really undervalued and hasn't been super prevalent in tech offices, so I don't expect empathetic AI. To even read empathetic AI, Halion, it sounds out of place, right? Because how can artificial intelligence be empathetic, as empathy is a very real emotion? Like, it's a very human emotion, as everything, but talking about emotions with AI is weird, right? Because you can make it sound concerned, or sound excited, or sound scared, or sound inquisitive, but it's not. Right? Simply put, AI is a tool, good. AI is an alternative, bad. A manual, succinct, I love it. That's exactly it. I love that. Absolutely. This is such a fun guy. I'm having such a guy. I haven't even been showing anything, y'all, and I'm so sorry. I'm so wrapped up in the conversation. Sometimes my wording isn't quite right, and it helps tremendously. Beautiful. I love that, Jesse, because me, I've been writing for a very long time, but I gotta tell you, when I'm done writing something, you best be darn sure that that thing is filled with little red squiggly lines of spelling errors and grammatical errors that I have to go back and correct, so I can create an amazing piece of writing, but it's not going to be punctually correct. And that's something that using AI can help with. It can compose that for you. But I believe it was Emmanuel, to Emmanuel's point, if you go in and say, write me a story about this, and it spits out a story and you claim that as your own, you are wrong. I'm sorry, that's wrong. Unless you say, this was a story, an idea, concept thought up by me that was generated by this AI platform. Whereas what I do is I use this AI platform, which is Sumo, and I plug my words into it and it puts music to it. And you can utilize that however you want to, but I've had writings for 20 years just piled up, so I'm just utilizing those in a more creative capacity. Shout out to Lori. Lori's the best. Women do not have it that easy. Women don't have it easy, and I am forever an advocate of women. In fact, if anybody wants to claim that men are stronger than women, that is a bad place to do it, is right here. Because unless any of you men have passed a watermelon through your nostril, then you have no idea what childbirth is like. Hello, beautiful people, says Ken Friesen. It's really good to see you, fam. I mentioned you a lot earlier. Exactly, Mishins. Let's see what Mishins. Just my opinion. Emotions should be used to connect with one another, not solve complex issues. Keep emotions out of solutions. Emotions are for support. And I would love everybody to get into the habit that when you are feeling a certain way and you want somebody to help out, you need to let that person know straight out, I'm looking for solutions or I'm looking for support. Because one is going to determine an emotional response. Mishans, you are so wise. And models are trained on data that often has its own biases, like people training faces, face recognition with mostly white faces or more manual, room temp being aimed at comfortable for everyone. Exactly. As long as you take that into account and don't use it as gospel. Right. You're not wrong. D-Hibsy, I did not mean to be rude, fam. How are you? I see you. Thank you so much for popping in. We're having a brilliant conversation about AI, and we're curious to know, what are your thoughts on AI? Because we definitely... I don't think that so far we've seen that anybody is truly against it. But we made a point that if you're using it as an alternative for creative, then it's going to be used incorrectly versus enhancing your product. Welcome to Yibsy. I hope you're doing well, man, and I hope you got everything that you set out to get today. Leaving emotions out works for big decisions, but if you try to win an argument just on logical facts every time with a partner, prepare for unhappiness. That doesn't spark joy, says Halian. And you're not wrong, because if you go into it with logical every single time, then you're never going to come to a solution. Maybe eventually, but it'll be a settlement solution. Instead of coming at it with, like, emotional and like, yo, I feel you, I'm so sorry that you're going through that. Let me sit here and hold you for a second. Now let's work through it. Right? And a lot of times, Cat Morrison, how are you? It's really good to see you, fam. Thanks so much for popping in. We're having a great conversation. Extra Avocado, our old friend. How are you doing today, fam? It's really good to see you. But the Vulcans only use logic. The Vulcans did only use logic. However, if you remember the story of Spock, he was a half-breed. He was part human, he was part Vulcan, and his human emotions made him Spock. Like, he would never have went and sacrificed himself for Captain James T. Kirk if he was only based on logic. He needed human emotion to pull him out of that radiation chamber and sacrifice himself. So, that's my point. Is this a Star Trek? It is a Star Trek reference. Emmanuel, the Vulcans are Star Trek. Extra Avocado. All good, thanks. 4:20 a.m. here in the UK. 4:20. So are you just waking up or are you still awake, Cat? That is a Star Trek reference. And little do we know, of course I do like Star Wars. I believe that Star Wars references and images are a lot easier to comprehend, but I'm going to blow everybody's mind right now that until later, Star Trek was a TV series versus Star Wars, which was only movies. So there are two totally different commitments and fan base here, and for a lot of kids growing up, it's a lot easier to sit down and watch 3 movies than it is 400 episodes of the original Star Trek. I did both. How much do you enjoy Vulcan experience? That depends. Is it, what is that called? Ponfar? Yeah, that's it. Ponfar. Next Gen, Deep Space Nine. I say the Next Generation was great. Voyager was probably my favorite boo. Deep Space Nine, don't hate me. I really couldn't get into Deep Space Nine, although I do like the Ferengi. I think they were a great addition to the series. Definitely different scenario that requires a level of finesse and compromise. I use AI in my woodworking business to sketch my ideas into clients' homes or brainstorm ideas to create myself. But I don't like how people rely on it, especially in resumes, essays, news, and such. Yo, D-Hibsy, welcome to the conversation. I think that is an amazing point. And you brought up a lot of great points, too. And one is, we said earlier that AI is something we use to enhance, but we shouldn't use to rely on it. And you said simply that you don't like them to rely on it, and that's what it is. Like, hey, write me an essay about Huckleberry Finn and how much it means to me. Then they go to school the next day and present it as their own. This is how you use AI incorrectly. Not to say that there's a law on AI. If you want to use it that way, great. Just be prepared for the consequences if the regulation finds you. But if you can utilize it properly, then you can make great things happen. And the one thing that I will say is my most recent short, Gal, good morning. It is really good to see you. I'm glad you could make it. There's so much to catch up on, and I'm gonna do it quick. I am gonna do it quick. Definitely a different scenario. Matt Gooch says, that was logic from a basic law of logic as written by the Vulcans. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Or the one. You almost made me cry, Matt. And that's absolutely true. The Vulcans did believe that. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Or the one. And for those that don't know, this is one of the last lines that Spock ever said. Until In Search of Spock. Because everybody was mad that Spock didn't make it. Thank you, Matt. That brought me back. Star Wars guy here. Star Trek wasn't as famous in India when I was young. Fair point. Star Wars is definitely, I would say it takes the cake for me in the war between the two, Emmanuel, for many, many reasons. Primarily because when Yoda said to me at a young age, like, hey, if you want to move forward, you got to let go of everything you fear to lose. Okay, well, and I still practice that to this day. Man, I'm having a blast too. I love Star Wars. What's your favorite Star Wars grown reality? I got to catch up on some stuff here. In college, I tried to watch Star Trek, but I preferred dystopia than utopia, says Emmanuel. So what did you think of Dune, Emmanuel? Original Star Trek was only 79 episodes. Love The Next Generation. Didn't care much after that. And I can see that as well. You know what? Let me crack open the next pack here real quick so that we can look at stuff. There's 30 of you in here still. Man, you guys are great. I love hanging out with y'all, and this conversation is amazing. I do feel like the resumes definitely need to sound like you, if that makes sense, right? If I'm reading a resume as an employer, Jesse, and I don't see a grammatical error, I'm fishy about it, right? Because, I mean, Word has spell check and stuff, but you're still gonna ignore some stuff. And I think when it's too perfect, not to say that disqualifies them from the running, but then you talk to them and their attitude and personality doesn't match their resume. That's when I have a problem with it. So you're not wrong. That's why Spock wasn't into that chamber. That's why Spock went into the chamber. Yeah. If he wasn't logical or have human emotions in some way from his human mother, then he absolutely wouldn't have gone into that chamber. And if Matty G is still here, I can only assume that he is. I can no longer see Ho-Oh and not think of you, fam. So there's Ethan's Ho-Oh. We'll just appreciate that real quick. Phone died as I was driving. Missed booty call. Miss Kev's talking. Oh, man. I'm sorry, RJ. My favorite G is probably Captain Rex. Okay. Hands down. And I will say, probably hands down the best animated Star Wars show was Clone Wars. Hands down. Because Rebels was good. And a few others were okay. But Clone Wars, man, just had me hooked. Oh, is my favorite as well. It's your favorite, Ken Friesen? That's great. RJ next time. Yeah, RJ phrasing. Oh, is my favorite. Missions has grown. Nothing on the back there, but Ethan's Ho-Oh. An EX from Battle Partners is never a bad thing to see. I am on the hunt for Battle Partners right now. And trust me when I say I truly wish that I could rip some boxes with y'all. I was ripping boxes of Japanese pretty consistently. And then the world happened, and now Japanese boxes are a little pricey, but I am going to get back into that. In fact, what we're going to do, I'm going to finish going through this stack real quick, and then we're going to go into another little hobby of mine, which is poetry. And we are going to read a very famous poem. One, because it was kind of requested, I suppose. but I read The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe a couple streams ago, and somebody's a huge Edgar Allan Poe fan. They didn't get to hear it at the time. So, I'm going to go ahead and read it again. It's one of my favorites to read. Thank you, Jesse. Clone Wars was fantastic. I agree. Does Rogue One count? Rogue One does count as a favorite Star Wars movie, Nishins, but I don't think it would count as animated, as that was live action. K-Cat wants confirmation for Sunday. Gotta bounce like a gummy bear from the 80s. Good night, good people. Good night, Mike. I really hope that you have a great night, fam. You can let Lady K know. K-Cat, we are definitely on for Sunday, and I missed you last week. We'll definitely get into it this week. Think of something that you want to build, because we're going to do it. Doesn't matter what it is, we're going to build it. So let me know. Poem time in a minute. Absolutely, Emmanuel. I was never the whole hookup thing. I just wanted to settle down at this point. Yeah, you can settle down. I'm trying to collect the ho-ohs. There aren't that many, but when Skyridge gets involved, prices go pretty high. Well, you're not wrong, Ken. And I will say that I have very few Skyridge cards or e-reader cards in general. Because if you remember the last stream, man, I was so against the new gen of Pokemon. Gen 2? Like, what is Gen 2? There's only one Pokemon card, and they're these Pokemon cards. And so, I definitely like e-readers. I missed out on a lot. Do I regret it now? No, because that's what made me who I am. Had to put babies to bed, but I'm back. Welcome back, Alec. It's really good for you to be here. Of course, you just made it in time for poem time, but I do have some Journey Together here. We're going to appreciate some of the artwork real quick. We do have the one and only Tamami Ozaki. But I definitely love the brought back of the trainer badges. I do want a quick poll in chat. I'm not going to make a poll in chat. Just let me know. Do you prefer the trainer badges up here by the picture? Or would you have preferred them to be like the old days and put them down here in the bottom right? Just let me know. We got Dipplin. Whoop, yeet. Shout out Jace Corner. We've got the Sudowoodo. Yo, there's 5 Absols, 35 Ho-Ohs in total. Welcome back, Alex. Both are fine in my opinion. Okay, that's where I'm at growing. Like, I don't care where it's at. It's cool that it's there. Like, it's nostalgic enough, and yet at the same time, it's different. You know, as much as I would like it to be the same. Alec Dancing King. Ken trying to collect all the Ho-Ohs. Ken, is that what you're trying to do? Are you trying to do a master set of Ho-Ohs and you're just getting stuck on the older ones? Whoops. Look at that. And I've always said, and to all my artists out there, if you can make like light shine in a drawing or a lens flare like we see over here, like that's some kind of impressive drawing. When you can make me go like, ooh, that's bright, but there's no light, that's impressive. Both are cool, but I think I prefer on the frame. Do you have one of the old ones handy to compare? Good question. Let's see if I can find an old one real quick at the drop of a hat. Okay, you know, even I think that was a little too quick. Kitty is quite talkative. Ooh, I should try that. Try what, Mishins? Try and master set something? Certain Pokemon? Makes no difference to me, says Magnuge. I don't think it makes a difference to me either. I think it's more noticeable on the old ones, because you're always looking for the rarity anyway. And I like that they had their badges behind them. Whereas Ethan is just a trainer, he's not a gym leader, and I think that's where they had a missed opportunity. Try the lightning in one. Oh yeah, try the lighting in one of your drawings, man. I highly encourage that. This one here, like having the little lens flares. We'll see if we can find any more. But thanks for whoever called that out to pull out the old one to compare. Both are good. I agree. Talkative kitties are the best. Alien's not wrong. Of course, I was about to ask something crazy, which is, what are they saying? Because I talk to animals all the time. They're always the best company because they don't like to talk back, right? She's Siamese. I love it. I love it. I think my dad had a Siamese cat when he was younger, and his name was Jasper. Both are good. Being more fond of vintage, I like the old school way better. Alec Longoria, I appreciate and respect your opinion. I'm surprised, but I do like the new style better. I'm quite surprised at that as well, because you're quite a vintage guy yourself. Makes no difference. They're funny. My wife got a Bengal, very talkative when she wants food. How big is that Bengal? Because when I think Bengal, I think tiger. It's not a... You don't have a tiger, do you, Mishins? I'm sure I'll get a dog or cat one day. I'm so jelly of y'all sometimes. Well, and not to sound like that guy, RJ, but having an animal is a lot of work, time, money, effort, and patience. And really, if you want a puppy, make sure you want a dog too, is my advice for the world. Because kitties are great, but when it becomes a cat and you don't want it anymore, well, that's your problem. So just think it through. That's all I ask. Bengal kitty, she's pretty big already. I can imagine she's big already. I have a British short-haired 2-year-old cat called Box, because she's all black with 4 white paws. Oh, Socks. Sorry, I misread that cat. Socks, because she's all black with 4 white paws. That's amazing. My ex-foster's cat, she was down to 11, but the woman that runs the rescue had brought her 22 more in the last 3 days. Get out of here, Ken. That kind of sounds like me when I was living. I don't know if Mike is still lurking at all, but we used to have a house together, and we used to have quite a few cats. 32 was our count. Our cat meows at the window when we come home. That's cute. Bengal kitty, she's big. I can only imagine. Life-changing, just like having kids. Exactly. You gotta feed it, cut their nails, bathe it. Doesn't try to have a card in front of Sword and Shield Stadium. Squovet? Is that Sword and Shield Stadium? Because that looks like the staircase to the academy, unless you mean another card. I got attached to my Chihuahua and was tore up when he passed and haven't been able to get enough. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Alec. I truly am. I'll be all in when I get one. I'll make them have the happiest life. You're amazing, RJ. Also, yes, she now has 33 foster cats plus 6 on her own. A dog. A budgie? What's a budgie? And 3 sheep, some chicken, and a couple ducks. I treat my cat like a princess. As you should. As you should. Holy moly, Ken. That's what I'm saying. His name was Chancho. Chanko or Chancho? That's what I'm scared of, Alec. I cried with my fishies dying before. Not to say that there's anything wrong with that, RJ. Because an animal's an animal. If you have an emotional connection, then it's going to be painful when something happens to that something. And again, I want to remind us all from my earliest point in the stream, everybody on the end of these names and personas were people with very real emotion. I just want to remind everybody of that, and I appreciate you sharing all so much. Veggie's a bird. Excellent. Thank you, Emmanuel. Another card. This is the school. That's the... Okay, I got you. Got enough kids, so I'm good on pets. How many kids do you have, Alec? Just the 2? When we're together, we also had donkeys, horses, goats, and a llama. Anybody else curious to know what the llama's name was? What was the llama's name, Ken? Ooh, the lighting in that one is amazing, right? It's kind of like, I don't know, I guess it could be sunrise, but maybe sunrise, it would be on the other side, him looking to the left. And I truly believe this is more sunset, and he's looking out. 11:36 here. It's 8:36 here. 4 and 1 on the way. She'll be here in June. Aw, Alec, congratulations, fam. That's amazing. That is incredible. Lennon or Lenny? Lenny the llama. I love it. Cusco. Please say Cusco. Please say Cusco. Lenny is also another great name, though. It looks like that glow from the fluorescent plant or something. Ooh. Maybe. Maybe that's what's got him a little stunned and looking towards it. Because even just this little subtle tentacle over the rock here kind of makes it look like he's yearning or waiting or wanting something in that direction. Like he's crawling in that direction. I'm curious to know what he's looking at. Anybody have any theories or PokéGhost theories? What is Toad School looking at? It's looking at the OBF. That's funny. Had an animal named after all the Beatles. That's amazing. I love that. Ninetales typo. Cuscotopia. Ninetales typo. Oh, that's funny. Looking at Mommy Toad School. Ah, so he might be looking at Mommy. Like, hey, I'm almost home. I'm coming for you, babe. That could be. Need to take a shower and make breakfast. Gal, I hope you enjoy your shower. I hope you enjoy breakfast. And probably be going for a minute. But, man, I super appreciate you being here. It's always fun when you can make it. Looking underscore... That could be. That could be. Maybe he's looking under... Maybe Mimikyu is changing its disguise, and he's like, ooh, what's that? Of course, he doesn't know that he's about to go insane or lose his life, as the card explains. It's looking at the OBF Ninetales. Oh, I got you. I got you. It could be the Obsidian Flames Ninetales, right? Could be looking at that. Oh man, do I really want to get into that right now? Believable? Want that Ninetales? That was the theory. Enjoyed stopping in, but I'm falling asleep. I'm out, y'all. Have a great night, Alec. Thanks for popping in. Love that Ninetales. That's a beautiful Ninetales, right? That is by one CA Narahara. Ruler of the Black Flames, right? Yes, me shins. The Japanese equivalent is Ruler of the Black Flames. Gone by looks so better. In live, yeah, in person it looks so much better. The camera does it no justice. Love the Cleffa from Obsidian, says Growing Reality. I like that Cleffa too. I really do. My favorite Ninetales. And I have gone on record many times before to say that Ninetales does not have a bad card. And I'll just say that out loud. And just for Growing Reality, here you go. This one. Pray y'all that I pull that. I pray that you pull that, sending all the ghost luck your way. I have that Ninetales and Ruler of the Black Flames. Excellent. Yes, sir. This one right here. Trainer Glenn. What's up, Glenn? How you doing, fam? Cleffa. That's my favorite card. I want that one too. Yeah, this one here. It was kind of shocking when I pulled it. It was so nonchalant because I was like, oh, I've got nothing, watch. And then I pulled it, and I didn't really know what I had yet, but I was like, man, this is so beautiful. I'm sure it's on one of my shorts. But this was done by one and only Hiyoganosuke, which happens to be Miss Halien's favorite artist, dare I say. 9 tails out of the same box, my mind's gonna blow, which is absolutely possible, since they're both art rares. Aligned on no bad 9 tails, feel the same about Ho-Oh. You're not wrong, Ken. I don't think I've seen a bad Ho-Oh card either. And just because, how can you look at OBF and not see the man in charge himself? We'll just go ahead and leave this here for now. Hello, guys. Yeah. I thought you were going to bed. That's me. Thought about grading the Cleffa card in Japanese with ARs, but didn't seem worth like the price. But I wish I had. Maybe back then. JT, how's it going? No bad Magikarp cards either. You're not wrong, fam. You are not wrong. I hope you're doing well, JT. Welcome in. Welcome in indeed. I hope you guys can hear Claire de Lune. I added it to the playlist, so I always know it's almost time to restart the music when Claire de Lune's on. You're not wrong. Or somebody mentioned earlier Furusawa, and I think that was Mishin's, and as we do go, what I'll do is I'll be looking on the hunt for Furusawa, because I think Furusawa would be a great artist to appreciate and show off in our artist appreciation. Let's get through this stack and we'll jump into the poem. If I get Sizor, Cleffa, and 9 tails out of the same box, I'm giving away one of my Evolutions SIR. Somebody clip it, somebody snip it, somebody let us know that that's what he said. No, I'm just kidding, Mishins. Trust me when I say, I hope you do, fam. I really hope that you do. The Sizor is one that I have not yet collected. I would also really enjoy the Houndour from that set. Thanks for saying, Alien. I did mistook it as an altar. Ooh. Just bought that Cleffa you just showed. Yeah? How much was that, Zach? And welcome in, Zach. How are you doing, fam? Hope the fam's doing well, and I hope you got everything that you set out to get today. Clip it, snap it, do it! Missions, I saw you were very close to your tablet. Oh, are you getting close to your drawing tablet? About 2/5 of the way there. You'll get there, fam. You'll get there. Zach, quit stealing all the giveaways, says JT. I won 3 tag slabs tonight. One was a Mewtwo. Get out of here, Zach. Spread the love, man. Send some of that luck our way. Ooh. Itzrick? Y'all, I'm going to be honest. I look at artists all day, and I've never seen this name before. Itzrick? Kind of reminds me of Jerky a little bit. Maybe Miki Tanaka, maybe Miki Kuno. JT, I'm waiting for the Gardevoir waifu card. The Poliwhirl from 151 is brilliant. The Poliwhirl from 151 was illustrated by Jemmy. And I agree 100%. There's so much emotion in that card, and I really wish I did have that one. Shout out to Quolava. By Shuichiro Gunjima. I'm waiting for RJ giveaway to be robbed by next in 1 hour. Yeah, I'll stop it. Of course, I do want to say prayers up to next. I hope all recoveries well. Everybody keep them in your thoughts. Again, I haven't heard them. I'll look them up. Beautiful fire and the orange leaves, right? And that's what I noticed too immediately, Emmanuel, is the orange leaves with the fire. And then just this one little blue sky for the contrast balance, and then the white poking through. Just absolutely amazing. Prayers for next for sure, absolutely. Ogre Pond, shout out Kitty-O and Daddy-O, just called this one out by Tomami Ozaki. And for anybody that knows me, they know I'm a huge Ogerpon fan. I love the fact that there's different masks to use that changes its typing. Plus, its story is just amazing. So, I've been an emotional wreck over teammate RJ. Can you be my Marco Polo forever now? Aw. Lori, you know I'm here for you, boo. And yes, it's definitely been rough, but I have faith. I always have faith that everything's going to be okay. That's a beautiful Ogerpon, right? RJ, $100 in 1 hour. Story is such an up and down, so inspiring and heartbreaking and all at the same time, right? I agree, 100%. And I can say that I hated Ogerpon before I found out, you know, and then how quickly the tides turn, you know. It's a really brilliant story. Here's another Ogerpon mask. See what I mean? You got the Wellspring mask. You got the teal mask. Let's see if we did get them all. Got the Cornerstone mask. And yeah, got the Hearthstone mask Ogerpon. So I did get them all. Look at that. Love these cards with the beautiful sun rays, right? I'll hold you to it. Unless he's against it. Targets, you know. I only asked because I bought some APH grade cards recently cheap from eBay and very happy with them. But never heard of the company. I've never heard of APH either. But I will remind you, Ken, that every grading company has to start somewhere. So this might be the first time we're hearing of APH. But next year, who knows? It might be APH versus PSA. Next met with an accident, Zach. Yeah, we'll just have to leave it at that. We really don't know much, but just keep them in our thoughts is all that we ask. And next we are thinking about you, fam. But I will say that, back to my earliest point in the stream, y'all, at the end of these screen names, we're a bunch of people. And people going through very real things and very real life situations with very real happen chances that can happen. Just got home from work, Gooch. Shift 11 to 11 shift. I hope you're doing well, RJ. I know that's not easy. But yeah, Pokemon is great, y'all, and it is an escape. I use this as an escape to get away from the stresses and the drama of everyday life. And when I've become so close to a lot of you, and things like life start happening, it can very much bring a heavy burden. So everybody, please be careful and understand that you're more than a screen name to me here and to a lot of people in here. So wow, that's an interesting question, gal. Let me think about it for a second. What is my most cherished card? I think it's a Chinese company, Kev, and they were just asking Haley if she knows of them. I'm thrilled overall. I was curious. I'm curious to know what you got, Ken. And if you have Discord and you want to jump on my Discord and show them off, I would love to see them. Yeah, 12's our killer. 100% they are. Depending on what you do, too, because I've worked 12, 14 hours, but all I do is sit here. And one could say that's easy. Well, simple, not easy. Never confuse simple with easy, y'all. Running a marathon is simple. All you do is run. That doesn't make it easy. Nah, thanks, Lori. Sitting around is hard for me. Sitting around is hard for me, too, which is why I'm thankful for the wireless headsets and the pacing, so. Toronto. And this is taking a little bit longer. Let's go through some art. Another mask. Ooh. Misty Starmie by Notsumi Yoshida. I don't know, Kev. Sitting alone 14 hours seems isolating. It does. It does. But one could say, like with all of you, I'm not alone right now. I want this sandwich right now, but I'm not alone. Yeah. Any ideas who did the trainer artwork in the trainer bubble? I'll find it out. That is an amazing question. I want to say it's from the same artist, but if it was, then each one would look different, right? If I had to guess, I want to say it was done by one Ken Sugimori, Mr. Trainer himself. But I'm going to look that up for you, Emmanuel, because that is a really good question. Finally, RJ, took you long enough. Love cheaper grading. I love the look of ARS slabs. But they haven't bought one yet. Haven't graded anything, actually. And I did hear that there's a specific grading company in Japan that, like, you have to be in Japan and, like, live in Japan in order to use the grading company. And I'm just curious if that's true. Because we can see here that the artist was, this was Oswaldo Cato, which I'll probably pull to the side because Oswaldo Cato is going to be my next artist appreciation. They're the one I got locked up. So I'll put this one to the side because that's absolutely amazing. Of course, Squovet was called out a little bit earlier, and I should have looked a little bit closer. But the picture down here, this little bubble is what Emmanuel was asking for. So if I had to guess, I would say Ken Sugimori. Also heard they don't grade against centering because it's a factory-made mistake. Ooh, that's attractive. That's attractive. That's funny. Alright, let's get this back going. Get through the stack, we'll read the poem, and then we'll keep on going, you know? How long? Don't know. Where are we at? Oh, 2 hours? Might as well be 10 minutes. Right on cue, Ryan Tran, 2 hours. How are you doing, Ryan Tran? And trust me when I say that just like I did Bulbasaur, I'm going to be doing a Psyduck one also. And I'm pretty sure that would be the one that you would pick, if any. Ayura-chan. I forgot who T.I. Joey sometimes uses, but the label 4-point grading front and back, so 8 stats on the label. I haven't seen any slabs on T.I. Joey, so I'm not sure the name either, Ken, but that sounds amazing. I love the stream so much. Well, I'm so glad that you came in, Growing Reality. If you love it now, just wait, fam. We're about to get into a whole bunch of stuff. We even do deviate from Pokemon content a little bit, as I do read some poems and all that, but time for breakfast. Sorry it was off. No worries at all. I hope you have a great breakfast, gal. I could eat breakfast right now. Growing Reality. You and me both, man. Let's just go to Denny's or something. Get the Lumberjack Slam and pig out. Amelicart. Yeah, there's a lot of new artists introduced within Journey Together and Battle Partners, and I'm really looking forward to getting to know all of them. Aww. Look at that. Sounds good to me, right? Damn, I miss Denny's. I miss Denny's sometimes too. They closed one of the good Denny's here, and I was really mad at Ayoko Uzuki. We've been seeing them a lot too. But this is just a gorgeous Ponyta. Dude, I love that. It's a nice Ponyta, right? I mean, does anybody else wish they were kind of like just right here? I am curious what this is, though. Like, why is there a ladder kind of set up right there? Unless I'm seeing something that it's not. But yeah, I really like this card. Go ahead and put him up on display here. Oh, another Wellspring. Another Electite. No. Manectric. Yes. Mudbray. The Webble. For those that don't know, I'm actually quite procrastinating because I like to wait until at least midnight Eastern before I read anything too dark, and although The Raven isn't too gruesome at all, it does have some very interesting dark undertones, so call me old-fashioned, but I like to protect the innocence of the kids, if there happens to be any around. We would end with Cyndaquil. What's up, Spoobers? I'm so glad that you were able to make it, man. We're actually about to just get into one of my favorite poems ever. as requested. Not really requested, but I was chatting with PokéGirl Jessie the other night, and we were talking about the artwork that's coming to me. Had to, of course, make sure she was appreciated for the services, and you know, we often exchange money for goods and services, and those are definitely worth it. So I do have some ghosts coming, some ghosts artwork. I'm going to be getting a new background, so to speak, and yeah, it's going to be quite nice. But we were talking, and I was like, hey, do you have any favorite, like, poets or poems? And she's like, well, I've kind of always liked Edgar Allan Poe. And I'm like, get out of here. And I only say that because, of course, if you were here for it, I read The Raven out loud, and it was the first time I've ever done so out loud. I think y'all liked it pretty well. And I was like, were you there when I read The Raven? And she's like, I was not. And I was like, you know what? I want to do it again. So we're going to do that right now. And Jesse, appreciate you for not only your awesome streams, your amazing cosplay, but always supporting and believing in ghosts is absolutely amazing. So I appreciate you guys. You and Maddie G both. You are definitely something special. Yeah. The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Oh, heckin' yeah, says JB. Man, got a lot, man. I said that, suddenly 30 of you came up. You are so kind. You are too kind. Trust me. When I say that the world needs more of y'all, I'm shipping them tomorrow. Excellent. Which, you know what that means, y'all? By next week, this same time, we'll be able to view those. That Menace is winning the pack battle. The Menace is winning the pack battle. This is my bedtime story. Excellent. And I'm sorry it took a little bit long. A Cry from the Soul, a poem by John Clare on the theme of nature and Nothing Gold Can Stay by Robert Frost, and Dreams by Langston Hughes. Excellent. We might get into all those. It really depends if they're in the public forum, but I like that. Give me a second. Oh, I can. Oh, amazing. Love that. Love my little computer. Spoors, if this was the finals, Alien be getting blown out. Well, they're shorty ones. Appreciate that, Boo. I'll definitely look into them. Who's going old school with Robert Frost? Whoa, going old school with Robert Frost. I did read The Road Less Traveled last stream, and it was definitely great. So, first thing I want to do, let me go ahead and pause the music here. 33 of you still in here, no pressure, right? And I will just preface this by saying that Edgar Allan Poe has been an inspiration to me since I saw the Simpsons Halloween Treehouse special that featured the Raven, and I just love the play on words so much. When I grew up, I didn't know that it was a poem that was a lot longer, so I'm going to preface this now. It is a little bit of a longer poem. But it is one that I appreciate reading. It is a ghost story, so to speak. And so with that, I'm not going to be able to read the chat when I do this. Not to mention it's a little distracting. But I'm going to close that, open this, and without further ado, y'all, I am Kev the PokéGhost, and this is The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, and while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as if someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. "Only this, and nothing more." Distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my book surcease of sorrow for the lost Lenore. for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here, forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before. So now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. Some late-night visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you." Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into the darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore?" This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore?" Merely this and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. "Surely," I said, "surely that's something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more." Open here I flung the shutter, when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not at least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady perched above my chamber door. Perched upon the bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. "Though thy crest be sure no and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what is thy lordly name, is on the night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answers little meaning, little relevancy bore, for we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed in seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast above the sculpted bust above his chamber door, with such a name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, "Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before." Then the bird said, "Nevermore." Startled at the stillness broken by a reply so aptly spoken, "Doubtless," said I, "what it utters is only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmercifully disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope and melancholy burden bore of nevermore." But the raven still beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to thinking, fancy unto fancy thinking, what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking, "Nevermore." This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining and the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloated o'er she shall press, nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from some unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, said I, thy God hath sent thee. By these angel he hath sent thee. Respite, respite, and repent thee from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff, this kind repent thee, and forget the lost Lenore, quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether temper sent, or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by haunted, horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by the haven that bends above us, by the God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if without the distant maiden, it shall clasp a saint and maiden whom the angels name Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of thy lie. Thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out thy heart, and take thy form from off thy door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of the demons that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Yeah. What'd you think? Pretty good. Y'all having all kinds of conversation. Well, thank you, Alien. Well done. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. I'm glad you were here. Wow, that's so powerful. I thought so too, Kat. I thought it was one of the most powerful poems that I've read in my time. Wow, I'm sweating. Beautiful read. Thank you. Well read, Kev. Appreciate you. Made me sleepy, so as it should. Bravo. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I do. It's definitely not an easy read, as y'all could have skipped up on a couple of parts there, but it is certainly a not only a challenge of articulation and reading it out loud, but it's a deeper meaning of opening a door and seeing nothing, or opening a window and what the raven means to this man who is just mourning his lost love, and only love, Lenore. So I really appreciate that, y'all. And not only that, I appreciate y'all hanging with me and seeing it through. We can definitely read more stories a little bit later. We can even take a little poll if you want to read one of my poems that I wrote. In fact, I would love to read. Makes me want to read it out loud now. Do it, me shins, do it. What I will share with you is I did research that the Raven is actually in public forum, me shins. So you can read it out loud even on your YouTube channel, and nobody can copyright it, because a copyright is the author's life plus 70 years, and Edgar Allan Poe was passed long before then. So read one of your poems. I will do that. I'm gonna let it get a little bit later. I don't see any kids in here, but what's really funny is I am gonna rewrite it because I wrote it when I was 15, but I'll happily read it to y'all. Read one on my stream now because that was streamy. Yeah, did you like that, RJ? My biggest advice, if anybody wants to try and do that, practice first, because I've only read that poem out loud now 3 times, but I have read that poem 100,000 times. I'll do it if you do it, RJ, says Mishins. I see a trend. You do it if I do it. Are you guys going to read the same poem? I am a child. Okay, Lori. Okay, I won't read it when you're here. I'm off to bed now. Good night, y'all. Jesse, I appreciate you staying here. Thanks for the inspo and the poem. You and Maddie G have an amazing rest of your night, y'all. Really appreciate you being here. Great stream. Oh, you. The Raven is pretty amazing. I agree 100%. I'll hop on. Never the same, though. Forgot how good poems were. I definitely did as well. In fact, since you are here, Mishans, and you said that I used to write poems too, I want to know them all, Mishans. And I'm very curious, were they, what kind of poems were they? Night, everyone. Night, Jesse. Ernie! What's going on, Ernie? I hope you're doing well, brother. Hope you're here for that. Did you miss my read? I guess this was a givey from WTF. Everybody knows WTF in the community, right? And Trainer Maddie. Well, looks like we got some Prismatic and Scarlet, or Stellar Crown. It's mostly sapply love poems. Rather not share those. That's okay. No worries at all. I've got some poems as well. You know what? I'll read you one of my poems, Misha. You know what? Let me find it. That's what I need to do. What's up, Fox? I hope you're doing well, fam. Look at those. Story time. I love Grim Snarl. I think he's an absolutely wonderful Pokemon. I do wish that his shiny looked a little bit better. Like, they could have very well just inverted the green and black and it would have been just fine. They made him white, whatever. But I think that he's one of the greatest Pokemon. That was a quick shower, right? Opened a box of Glory Team Rocket last night and made a short. Excellent. I look forward to it, Ernie. Water was so hot, I need to evaluate ASAP. Just got done playing some Fortnite with Al and Queen. Excellent. How'd you do? Did you own them? Look at that Rapidash. Gorgeous. Did I boil water in boiler? Yeah, probably. Did alright. My goodness, that's a beautiful Rapidash, right? That's going to be artist Don Chow. And Don Chow is actually has actually done a picture that y'all are very familiar with, and I'll try and see if I can find it real quick in my top loader stack here. It's honestly the only other one that I've ever seen done by this artist. So I'm going to have to look up and see what other things he's done. But this was done by Dan Chow. Artist appreciation short to come. But being as how I've only been able to find 2 cards without looking, it is great, right? And Rapidash. Yeah, this artist is absolutely brilliant. And I've been looking for more, but I might have to break down. Because little do y'all know, you might not know, but for my artist appreciation shorts, I really don't like to type it in and look up all the cards that they've done. I really like to look through all of my binders and try to find them that they've done, because I locate a lot of art I've never noticed before that way. But once I get to like, okay, they've only done 3, 4, 5 cards that I could find, I look them up and try and find more. There was another Rapidash that I really liked. I think it was an AR. I think that might have been from Heatwave Arena. It's going to be the really big one, really close-up one that was a Rapidash missions. Because I agree, that one is absolutely phenomenal. This is from the DLC. The second DLC, that's actually the Blueberry Academy. Yes. Yep, that's from Heatwave Arena. Another set that I have been unable to obtain, but that's okay. Got the Palmy. Vault and Velusa. I love that Kofu is in there, indicating that this is Kofu's Velusa. Can't wait to pull that. It's only a matter of time, me shins. Then Briar. So, I definitely know there's a lot of talk about Briar. And I know that a lot of people say Briar. So tell me, Briar or Briar. But here's my philosophy, y'all. And I know you can take this as innuendo-y as you want to. But every Pokemon professor has been named after a tree. That's not weird, right? But there was one female Pokemon professor, Juniper. Juniper is a bush, however. Insert Briar, and why I say it's Briar, because briar patches are a thing. Briars are bushes. She's a Pokemon professor. It's Briar. Fight me. Lori, you know. And that's a very real thing, by the way. And they knew what they were doing. They knew. But that's why I say it's Briar. I like Briar. I like her too. I found the poem I'm gonna say live tomorrow. It's a poem I made 4 years ago when I was severely heartbroken. Got really... Alright, RJ, do you want to read one that I wrote when I was heartbroken about things? Never noticed that. You never noticed that, Lori? Yeah, that's a fun little Easter egg right there. That Rapidash from Heatwave is pretty cheap on TCG Player if you're looking to get it. That is true. If you are if you are one that is fine with buying your cards like the singles, I like the satisfaction of pulling it myself, but not to say anything else other than that, because I have definitely broke down and bought cards before. Overview: Juniper is a Confucius tree or shrub in the cypress family with 50 to 60 species spread across the northern hemisphere. Excellent. Juniper is also made in, I believe it's gin. Juniper? Yeah, I think juniper berries are made in gin. Yeah, I agree, Lori. Thanks for the fun fact. Love the satisfaction of pulling it myself. That's what I love about opening. Yeah, that's what I love about it too, Mishins. And, you know, I do gotta say, especially nowadays in today's, like, the economy and the fact that we can't just go out and find Pokemon in the wild nowadays, it is really hard. It is frustrating when it's like, I was able to get 3 packs, and you pull nothing, and you're like, And so, like, buying the card, at least you know you have a guarantee. But if possible, if doable, I would prefer to pull it myself. Transitioner. I saw that, Lori. Juniper's a gin. Thank you, Growing. That's what I thought. Gin. Shh, Growing. Yo, Ernie. I hope you're doing well, Ernie. Still 30 of you still chilling in here? I really appreciate you guys, like, more than you could ever know. And because of that, and because Harjay, are you still here? Harjay, you here? Because I'm about to do 2 poems back to back. One is called Sunflower Sand. That's what I've deemed it. Yes. I'll cheer her all night, says Lori. All night. Looking at a poem, but with the money being tight, it's cheaper and easier to just buy the singles. Yeah, I can agree that. Took my meds, I'm conked out. No worries, Ernie. If you pass out, you pass out. That's just how it is. But I'm going to go ahead and read one for, not for Harjay, but one to give him the courage to read something that might be a little bit harder to read. Because he said he's going to read a poem that he wrote many, 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 many years ago. Sorry I'm late. Hey, what's up, Kara? I hope you're doing well, fam. We haven't really done much. We already went through the Raven already tonight, so Caradox! Pulling yourself feels much better. Yes, I definitely agree. So to give Hard J that little boost here, of course, I'm going to read one that's a little bit more personal to me. And I have read this one before on stream. This isn't the super intense one. This is a little bit more relatable, but just for context, I wrote this in 2012, and I didn't change it since then. I feel good right now. Hope everyone is well. Good to see you all. It's good to see you too, Kara. I hope you're having a great night. So what I did was I was real imaginative back then, y'all. So I actually titled this one as Miseries. So yeah, real creative, y'all. But this is something that I was in a pretty personal time in my life, so just hold on to that as I go. So this is Miseries. It says, this here is a story of all of life's miseries. Like being broke and lonely with none of life's pleasantries. Waking up before the sun even gives it second thought. Just when I started chasing the dreams I never caught. Every day my mind holds its own morning conversation and stray away from certain people to avoid their observation. I am young, yet I always appear to be older, and I cry, however my tears have no shoulder. I laugh, I put on a friendly face and smile for everyone to see, but when I'm alone, I'm in a town called Depression Population Me. Leave work most days without the joy of satisfaction, hoping the rest of my day will be as easy as subtraction. I get home, I get welcomed and fall tired in my chair, my son climbing on me, saying how glad he is I'm there. Finally, an emotional break when I walk through the door, and for the remainder of the day, my miseries exist no more. I have the discipline and heart to always be there for him, which means I ended my life with less drugs and sin. And when I'm home, I never have time to be alone because everyone needs my intelligence, my height, or alone. And I feel awful claustrophobic at times. Too much gives me the shudders, yet my way of life has always been to do unto others. The people I stay with live their lives with such meekness, yet find all the time to exploit my kindness for weakness. The end of my day is just the beginning, you see, for the next time I work will be tomorrow at 3, as my floor is the bed, and the blankets are a mattress at night, and my alarm is my phone, which is screaming and flashing light. So good night for now, yet I know I'm not the only one that will go back to the beginning and reread this when they're done. That's it. My tears have no shoulder, right? Yeah, I was definitely feeling in that moment, so. Professor Sada on tour in Pokemon Violet and Violet named their Spanish word pasado, past, and futuro, future, respectively, breaking the trend. That is true. That's great, man, the feels, I know, definitely, and I think that's what I want to encourage everybody about poetry, that if you are looking to write poetry, it doesn't have to follow a scheme. Shit, it doesn't even have to rhyme. It just has to mean something to you. I need to run to work. No worries, gal. Drive safely, man. I like that. I feel it. And it's something relatable, which is why I read it, and there's many times I read this and I was like, man, this is so not written the way that I would write it now, because it was like over 10 years ago. But I will say that I will never change the story because it was a very real moment in my life where I was feeling very real things. I have since, of course, more than changed my life, and I'm working on more original poetry nowadays to share with y'all. I've got 2 in the pipelines. I'm looking forward to it. Some fans theorize that the tree plant naming convention is a symbol of wisdom and patience, reflecting on the roles of professors and guiding trainers to their journeys. Last one, I promise. No, keep it coming, for real. Like, that's the kind of stuff that we like. Yeah, Lori, in the Japanese version, they are olem and futuro, or something like that. It's apparently from Latin for past and future. That's... Some of the conversations tonight that we are having are next to none, y'all. I've never seen conversations in any stream happening like this. Yep, that was the one I forgot to copy. Don't want to be late, don't be late. Don't be late. Have a great night, gal. I really appreciate you, fam. And I'll see you next time for sure. And I promise I'll get into this intense one because it is an Edgar Allan Poe night, so we did read The Raven, so I think it's only appropriate I read the story that I wrote based on The Raven. I tried my own hand at it, and I will read that eventually. But it gets a little intense in the middle. It's a quite heavy concept, so instead we're going to read about Dreamworld. Keep going, Lori. I agree 100%. That's a nice bit of information, Lori. Indeed, I can't believe I didn't think of that. But of course, Turo would be future and Sado would be past, right? So that makes sense. And I think I'm more discouraged right now. Y'all see it in my face, like, oh, the tree thing's no longer true. So we can only hope Gen 10 brings more trees. But of course, to not fit the bill would be fine too. Is anybody excited for Gen 10? I guess we'll start there. The first thing that I need to do, y'all, let me take a break real quick. Nah, I've got it pulled up right now. Let me read this, then I'll take a break, let you jam out to some music, and then we'll get into the rest of this art that I have sitting right here. But this one here, it is called Sunflowers in the Sand. And it is something that is very special to me. It's something that I wrote many, 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 many moons ago as well. Excited for more Pokemon. Me too. I like the Wisdom and Patience part, as do I. Get so much work today with Pokemon. 3 packs to open. Excellent. Let us know what you get, gal. Need to record it. Please record it. Professor Elm in Japanese was named after some kind of hibiscus adjacent thing, so he broke the tree vibes immediately. Lots of trees, though. Well, we're not gonna talk. Haley trying to ruin my. No, I'm just kidding. Is Black Bolt Gen 10? Black Bolt is not Gen 10. In fact, Black Bolt, it's actually going back to black and white. Granted, I don't think it's going to be released with Gen 10. I think the official release of Gen 10 is going to be when Legends ZA come out. See ya. Have a great day, gal. White Flame and Black Bolt. And I gotta say, if anybody knows me, they know Black and White was my absolute favorite set, of any era. I agree. What's Gen 10? Generation 10, so the 10th generation of Pokemon Mishins. Every generation that comes out, they release new Pokemon, or they might have some new regional variants, and I don't want to shake the trees at all, but I heard Charmander is getting a regional variant in the next generation. Let's talk about it. What are your thoughts? It's going to be ground type. What are your thoughts? I really want to know. Unsure if ZA starts Gen 10 or if it's still Gen 9. We have to wait for the... Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait for the game. You're right. It's coming soon. I can't wait. Okay, Gen 10 is not releasing with ZTOA. Probably... What's ZTOA? Is it Legends ZA? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Still wonder if Marvel will give Pokemon a problem or a lawsuit over the name Black Bolt. Yo! I never thought of that. But if it's in Japan and Japanese, do the copyrights apply? Because the characters can be different in Japanese and still mean the same thing. But I guarantee, Ken, when it comes over here, it won't be Black Bolt. Probably because of that reason. Now I'm so curious. There is a Marvel Black Bolt. He's the guy that, his voice is powerful, so he never talks. But he could destroy everything. Oh, Z-Day is going to get a non-gen small era release. A non-gen small era... I want a Ghost-type evolution. I'm just going to say it. Peoria has it as Black Bolt. Yeah, that's crazy to me. Good call, Ken. But let's be honest, y'all. Does anybody not think Pokemon could just write them a check and be like, here, we're using Black Bolt? And they're like, okay. Similar to Heart and Soul Silver. That's true. Also, isn't there a Professor Ivy? Ivy isn't a tree, isn't a vine. Not Professor Ivy. There's Poison Ivy. That is DC Boo, but I understand where you're coming from, and I think Ivy would be a good name for a professor. Black Bolt is yes, Blackagar Bolt again, the king of the Inhumans. The Inhumans was an amazing series, and if anybody saw the newest Doctor Strange installments, the Multiverse of Madness, and he goes into the universe and meets the Illuminati, Black Bolt is one of those characters. I agree. I agree. Growing Poison Ivy, man, she was probably my first crush. Both are written the same in Japanese. Interesting. Might be Black Volt. And if anybody's seen it written out in Roman, maybe Black Volt, but that wouldn't make sense, would it? But Bolt and Volt, they're both electric. Yep, Black Bolt had an awesome part in the Illuminati and Doctor Strange. Yeah, he did. Newbie, let's talk about it. I really wanted to see Wanda up against Black Bolt, like head-to-head sound waves kind of a thing. I don't mind her winning. I just wanted him to go out better than that. I also like Catwoman. You're not wrong. Professor Ivy, also known as Felina Ivy, is a Pokemon researcher and breeder who lives in Valencia Island with 3 assistants. She specializes in regional variation of Pokemon psychology and is hot. I know stuff, I just gotta remember it all the way. Man, that's amazing. I love that. So they're already in the universe. That's because they need one last holiday release for Scarlet and Violet, also specialty set, maybe, says Ernie. Haven't they done enough specialty sets in Scarlet and Violet? They had Paldean Fates, they had Prismatic Evolutions. Why is a new sound in Japanese? So it's usually just written with B. If they get sued, I guess they could have that fallback. Black Canary, though. Oh, Mishins. That's a deep cut. I like the Canary. I think I'll just stretch out Scarlet and Violet, but the main consensus is the small subset. If Gen 10 has anywhere near, we'd hear news, at least Pokemon Day announcements. We'll read Black Canary from the Arrow was hot. Black Canary, that was it. Yes, Black Canary. Growing, bro. Attractive, wouldn't fit. Had to shorten it to fit the character. Adorable. Growing Sniper. Has growing. Man, where are we at? 574. We are 26 away from 600, y'all, and I never thought that possible. Growing, did we just become best friends? Yep. Do you want to practice karate in the garage? Yep. Ooh, perfect timing. So, let me go ahead and do this, y'all. This is called Sunflowers in the Sand. It is very short. This is an original poem by me. And then I'll go take a break, Ernie, I promise you. But this is called Sunflowers in the Sand, and it goes... Another day I wake from sleep, wishing I didn't have to stand. Last night's dream I'd like to keep where all the floor is sand. Where rabbits are underwater creatures and snakes fly in the sky, or frogs and squirrels have mixed match features with sunflowers 10 feet high. When you say hello, your greeter slaps you in the face, and goodbye, they bite your fingers. Everything is magical in this place, however, darkness seems to linger. And you can feel it pull and tug at every corner you come to, the good, the bad, the evil bugs, each with a doorway to come through. You try to do what's right in this magical land of yours, even if it means to fight and knock on evil doors. But if you're pure of heart, then the sun is always sunny, and when evil tries to play its part, it makes everything more funny. Yet, even when you're pure of heart and ignore the evil voices, the paths they show you from the start will seem the better choices. So in this dreamland of mine, where snowmen live in summer, my best friend's a walking, talking canine, and the palm trees are made of rubber, everything is fun and games while walking through the sand. The devil may collect your names, just don't take 'em by the hand. Zing! That's it. London calling. That's such a great movie. No karate for me. Got it. Water break. Yes, water break. The sunflower. Yes, the sunflowers in the sand. In fact, I want to say there was a distant memory that somebody helped me name that poem 15 years later. From the Underground Gal. Nice one, Laurie. Agreed. Darkness Lingering? How'd you know my nickname? I like that. Thanks, Ken. I appreciate that. That was another poem that I wrote when I was just knee-high to a grasshopper, y'all. And I appreciate you listening. So, now what I'll do, among the requests of my many people who take care of me. Cool, be safe, my friend. I will be right back. I'm going to go take a real quick break, freshen my coffee, which shut off a while ago, so I'll freshen my iced coffee. And yeah, we'll keep on going. But I really appreciate y'all. Coffee. Moisty break. So 31 people. Y'all are amazing. I appreciate y'all. Holy moly, what happened? I hear noises. Red or blue? How's it going, fam? What happened? It jumped from 30 to 61. What's going on? Did I miss something? Away energy cards. Got one. Go to sleep. Great short on the amazing Dragonite Alien. Wow. Welcome Raiders. Please sub up so close to 600. What's going on, everybody? Was this red or blue? What's going on, red or blue? How are you, Rob? How was your stream, fam? Thanks for bringing everybody on over. I super appreciate you. Genghis Tam, how are you? What's going on, Genghis? It's good to see you, fam. EDF. 576 subs. We are almost there. What is that? 24 away from 600. Get out of here. Pretty sure I still have this here. Let's see. Ah, that's the one. This is what we're going to be giving away when we hit 600. Doing good, man. Nice short one tonight. Glad we could catch you. Yeah, I'm glad that you could catch me as well. We're just going through some artwork, and I'm actually been reading poetry tonight. What's going on, Cameron? How are you, man? It's really good to see you. We'll get it tonight. I believe you, boo. I believe you. More signals just went out. I appreciate that. I truly do. Red or blue? Love that Greninja. Almost at work doors. Have a great day, gal. This is what I'm giving away. Growing. I'm giving this away at 600 subs. When that happens, this will be given away. Got to figure out how to do it. Probably be a short on a live or a comment love on a short or a live. But I will be giving that away when we do hit 600. Appreciate all of your support. And thanks for bringing everybody on over, Rob. I'm watching it. Thanks, Lori. Let's go. Celebrations. It's such a dope set, right? In fact, I never did tell that story. So when I was looking for this card, we have a place here in Arizona called Bookman's, which might as well be like your resident business yard sale, I guess would be a good way to say it. Everybody takes all of their stuff into this Bookman's, and it can be cards, it can be movies, it can be music, it can be books, and they'll just take it, give you credit or cash, and then resell it. And it's amazing. And as I was going through this store, I noticed they had racks of Pokemon cards. And I was looking, and I saw this Greninja Black Star, or this Greninja Gold Star, just sitting there in the case. It was like $225, is what it said. Dude, cars, have a great rest of your night. Food time, go get that food, Rob. Eat up, man. I appreciate you. 24 hours, no sleep. Marquette, what are you doing? How you doing, Marquette? It's good to see you. Hey, Leon, you leaving? Guys, we got a couple meetings now. I'll be back later if you're still here. Checking my phone. Oh, man. All right, have a great meetings, hey, Leon. Thanks so much for being here. I super appreciate you. Hey, Leon, doing the work. Any Snorlax that I win, I will send to you. I assume that was to Deadpool fan. Bye, Haley, have a great meeting, Alien, and we will do our best to try and be here for sure. Super appreciate everybody being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Giving away this at 600 subs. Can we hit it tonight? Well, we are super close, so we will see what happens. I do believe in miracles. I was reading a little bit of poetry. I do have some coming. I have one in mind as well. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the poet Eugene Fields, but we are going to be getting into some of his work, and just one that I thought was absolutely hysterical in reading, and it's really fun to read. Okay, bye-bye. Sorry if I missed you just passing from the... You're all right. You're all right, Haley, and thank you so much for doing that. Speaking of which, I actually did, I don't think you were here for it, EDF. I guess I can just say it, because I don't know if I have it with me. But, I was able to find, I don't know if you have the 151 Pokeball Snorlax. I believe it was Japanese. Do you have the Pokeball Japanese Snorlax from 151? I didn't know Bookman's was still... Yeah, Bookman's is still around, absolutely. In fact, there's one on 19th and Northern, Ernie. 19th Ave in Northern. It's probably the biggest one around. Look at that. Pokeball, Nidoran. Gorgeous artwork by Shibaranguru. I do not have that one, I believe, Ghost. Excellent. You do now. I was able to find you 2 Snorlaxes last time. One was a sick Cosmo promo. The other was just a regular card, and then I think I threw that one in too. I found the Pokeball Snorlax. Yup, Ernesto, always. Big collection, Ernie, my boy. Big collection indeed. Well, there wasn't much in there, but there's some amazing artwork in here. Let's go ahead and take a look at this Nidorina. Nidoqueen. Absolutely gorgeous by Zero. Name the artist. Give Deadpool worst edition Hollow Snorlax. If I had a first edition Hollow Snorlax, I might give it to him. Tomokazu Kamiya says Growing Reality. Man, you love this game. I love having you around growing. I still have more to add. This is, in fact, Tomokazu Kamiya. Chrome Snorlax one is so sick. I knew it at one point because I like how derpy he is. I know, right? Derp. In fact, I do have to say, I really, really, really do like Kamiya. And I do love my ghosts, okay? I really do. But I gotta say, like, I feel like the Ghastly line could have just been better in 151. Like, I didn't say it didn't have to be Kamiya. I was very underwhelmed with the three photos, although the Ghastly is probably my favorite of the 3. You can fight me if you want. But I love the almost Wizard of Oz effect here. It's one of my favorites too. But I imagine Dorothy in the window here, and Ghastly is Dorothy, and the wind is coming and blowing the window shutters open. And the swirl outside is the tornado. Anybody get that feel? What's up, Maddie? I hope you're doing well. I like when Lori comes around. I like when Lori comes around too. Lori is a valued member of the community and very, very thoughtful. And growing, you definitely welcome back here anytime at all, fam. Interesting point of view. That's what I thought as well. Evie's foster mom. Maddie, you should be in bed, says Ernie. Right? Isn't it like 12 o'clock? Got the Farfetch'd. Gorgeous artwork. Definitely depicted. He is in water. So I think they could have depicted the water a little bit better, personally. But does anybody else get the idea that he's actually like... I don't know, I saw the apple. I now see this is like a sewer reservoir, and it's like draining into the sewer. But for a second, I swear this was like he was in a stew with that apple behind him. Been okay, really sick, so I've missed school all week. I can barely hear out of my right ear. Maddie. I hope you feel better, fam. I'm sorry you're not feeling too well. 1 a.m. Zach, you getting Maddie all of her medicine? Making sure she's all good? I hope your ear feels better, man. That sucks. I hope it's not like an ear infection or anything. By KG200. Okay, I'm going to put this to the side simply so I can remember to look into who the heck that is. Take care of her well, Zach. I agree. Take care of Maddie. Sorry, lady, that hurts. It does. What time is it in your side? My side, it's only 10 o'clock. It's about 7 to 10. Okay, you're excused. I hope you get feeling better, man. Psyduck, shout out Ryan Tran. Big Psyduck fan. This is by Tara Akitsu. And I love how he's always holding his head. For those that don't know, and you will know one day, is that Psyduck's headaches get so extreme, sometimes his head explodes, and it can damage everybody in its immediate area. What's this doing in here? Oh, I thought that was an energy. All my dad does for me is yelling at me for trying to get the dog. JK, JK. He's been taking real good care of me, and thank you, everyone. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that, Manny. And, of course, we'd never had a doubt whatsoever. We just like giving Zach a hard time from now and again. But you should be resting, so I hope you're in bed. Darn, need to sleep. Time to drink more coffee. Oh, Marquette, don't drink coffee. Sleep if you gotta sleep, fam. That's insane to imagine, right? I just care about you, Maddie, like one of my kids. Ernie, you're like everybody's dad. We appreciate you, fam. Psyduck is kind of morbid. You're not wrong, Mishins, and he's all cute and but you know he can go boom, which is why if you've ever seen Detective Pikachu, the main character was always so very like, okay, calm down, it's okay. Marquette is a trooper. I agree. Marquette is a trooper. Oh, Ernie, yeah, I've been resting all day. Took about 3 naps today. Excellent. Sleep is when our body heals. This looks like Nihal. This is Nihal. Gorgeous underwater scene, and the only thing I don't really like is you can't really tell it's underwater, otherwise knowing that Cloister is an underwater thing. Wonder how often Psyducks go boom. I wonder how often as well, and not only that, but as a trainer, if you're catching a Psyduck, it's kind of like you have to be ready for that kind of a commitment. Like, you can't just own a Psyduck. You gotta be ready for the boom. Good rest is a remedy. You're not wrong, Ernie. Hoping you're feeling better overall, Maddie. I agree. I swear Psyduck has brain damage, and he probably does at this point. Or could he be so intelligent that he himself can't stand it? He's probably got the brain damage, though. Deadpool, with my waifu. Thank you, everybody. Very welcome, Maddie. Very welcome. You know, you're like the resident kid for all of us, so all we care about is your health and well-being. And I'm going to bring back my earliest point in the stream, y'all, depending on how long you've been here. But I've been saying it, and this is the constant theme of today, is there is a person behind every username and screen name and persona that you see. There is a person there with very real feelings and very real emotions and very real ailments. So I appreciate everybody, one, just for being so kind to everybody, because it takes $0 to not be a dick. And you can quote me on that. You got a gal growing. She's waiting. Ernie's like a kid gaming all night. Ernie is like the best kid. But one could say, I mean, we're all Pokemon nuts. Has anybody had that conversation? Has anybody that we've known or felt close to come up to you and said, really? Pokemon? Grow up. And I like to take this humble moment to remind this person, hey, you grew up because you quit playing. You didn't quit playing because you grew up. I'm going to keep playing. You got a raid? I did get a raid. Rob came by with all of his brilliant community. And we had an earlier raid, too. Tell them, don't take away people's happiness. Don't. Yeah, little Cubone also came in for the raid, which I absolutely appreciate. Hey, I'll be my giggly buddy. One giggle at a time. We're all in tune. Never mind. It's not Hard J stream. It's not Hard J stream. Oh yeah, I've gotten that crap before about collecting tiny, shiny pieces of Japanese art in my 40s. Yeah, well, do you know what I have? Sit on it. That's what I tell them, boy. I say keep collecting, man, because I tell them wholeheartedly, like, it makes me happy. And if anybody wants to tell somebody that they're silly or childish for doing something that makes them happy, I've got 2 words for them. I won't say them, but y'all know what the 2 words are. Cameron, hello, says ALB. I try to stay away from people who ruin my innocent fun. And that's a reminder as well, and one that's maybe not easy, but one that I will say plainly. And one that was said to me by one of my, I wouldn't say greatest mentors, but one of my mentors to boot. And he said, Kev, sometimes you gotta know when to cut bait. And I didn't really understand it because I'm not a fisher. But to cut bait typically means like sometimes you can't reel them in. Sometimes you just gotta cut it off. I love you, Al. That's exactly the 2 words I was thinking of. Pee on it. Not here, RJ. F off. That one too. I like that one too. Sit on it. Oh, they couldn't afford cover charges to see. You gotta ask. Can't afford it. Marvel, how are you, fam? It's good to see you. Cutting bait is like realizing you're pissing in the wind and turning around. Exactly. Exactly. But of course, that's what my father always used to say. He used to say, I see, said the blind man as he picked up his hammer and saw. I drew that Meowth. Wait, like this Meowth? Or like you drew this Meowth? Are you Naku Saitao? I have so many comments, I can't possibly type them all. Yeah, alright, Lori. I just hope you agree. Nowhere near as good as that. I doubt that, Mishins. You're a brilliant artist. Or you already know. Going to sleep now, Legends. Kev, have a great rest of the stream, man. Thanks for the poem and spirit. You're very welcome, man. And I look forward to hearing yours on your stream. I need to stop dropping Meowth. That's what I need to do. Dang. I was going to be Saitao this stream. Dang. Pokemon. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, absolutely, man. In fact, I can see myself very shortly doing an artist appreciation short on you, my friend. One Thug stacking. I hope you're doing well, brother. I hope you're doing real well. Pokemon, how are you, man? Did you stream tonight at all? Or are you just popping through to say hello? 51 people in the chat. Super appreciate y'all. If you are new here, please hit the like button and subscribe. If you don't know me, my name is Kev the PokéGhost. And what I do is I appreciate the artwork. I slow down a little bit, teach us all a little bit of something. We theorize about the cards here. Yes, I do giveaways. Not really about the giveaways. I'm more about the art and appreciation, but I'm also about helping everybody's collection grow. And I know I got a lot of cool cards, and I know that a lot of cool cards don't really go out a whole lot. So what I'm going to do here is I am on the hunt for 600 subs. We am giving this away at 600. Streaming next week for sure, heck yeah. Miss Drawing, I love doing things with my hands. Do it, Growing. Do it. Have your good ways. Get to the art, says Void. Appreciate that as well. This here was done by Mosukazu Fukuda. Not Furusawa, which we are also looking for tonight for Mishins, who made the suggestion on one of my shorts as well as in the stream. Ernie Mikanel, so good to see you, fam. Says One Thug. Giveaway in 23 likes, though. I can do a giveaway in 23 likes. In fact, I'll package up my own little PokéGhost Vintage Booster Pack. How about that? I draw among many other things with my hands, says Krampus. It's good to see you, Krampus. I hope you're doing well, fam. ALB, Ryan. I don't think Streamlabs is working. I think that's on my side. I gotta get in there. Mr. Skang. What's going on, brother? It's really good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Let's see, is Maddie here? Maddie is here. I'm not going to read that one. I used to take apart my mom's pens and make stuff out of them when I was younger. I definitely have an engineer. Did you end up being an engineer growing? Just curious, because I used to do that same thing, and I'm nowhere near. Streamlabs was being difficult 2 days ago for a couple other streamers. Yeah, I noticed that in, who was it, Rocket Scott. He was having trouble with Streamlabs, but I might have to hit up not Mr. Skank. Kiddio Games, because I was in his stream, and his Streamlabs seemed to be working okay. Sign out of it and sign back in. I have not yet. And you know what? That's like Tech 101, Void. Like, have you turned it off and turned it back on? So yeah, you know what? I might have to do. I'm about to pass out. Have a great rest of your night, guys. Al, I appreciate you being here, fam. Thanks so much for everything you do, and I hope you have a great rest of your night. We'll see you next time, brother. My Streamlabs is gold. Say, oh, okay. ALB, weird flex, but alright. No, I'm just kidding, fam. That's probably what it is. I probably just have to turn it off and back on. I work in IT, it's my real job. Restart your devices. That's a really good idea. In fact, I was about to restart my actual laptop today, and then it came on no problem, and I said, that was weird. I'll go with it today, but I don't know. I still feel a little weird about it. SV2A. Yeah, it's 151. Night Owl. Not just blue. Off, got unmodded, then modded back. Got it. Thank you, Lori. That makes sense. So, for those that don't know, and those that want to get into it, and you want Streamlabs to make commands and all that, you have to make Streamlabs a moderator on your channel in order for that stuff to start happening naturally, and you can set it to where it could be your only moderator and take care of anything like spam or emojis or anything. But I like to have my mods take care of it, so. Kara was here. I don't know if Kara's still here. Kara, you still here? Night ALB, yes, have a great night. Yeah, making a managing mod can be an issue. I refuse to make it a managing mod, though if it's possible I will. I just literally turn off everything. So with the update, got on mod and remod it. Thanks, Boo. Appreciate that. I'll do that. Yeah, that took me a while to figure out, and me too. And I will say, huge shout out to Bro Rips. I can remember my first Streamlabs stream. I actually had my father's computer, and I had the dual webcam and my phone set up, but the phone was lagging so bad, and the hand cam was not working too well. So I ended up going back to the phone. Yeah, I'm in a channel in which I'm not a mod. I'm not working here. I'm actually just chump. And that's all you'll ever have to do here, Void. You'll ever have to do here. And one thing that I do owe somebody in this community a huge apology for is because when I was first starting to stream, as streamers, y'all, we often get into this routine where we see somebody who should be blue and then we make them blue. And I will say that Ryan Tran, he is one of those that I assumed position, and Ryan, I do want to apologize. Everybody who's blue has the out. All you have to do is say, you know what, dude, I would rather just come and chill in your stream, and I will happily make sure that you don't have to. Not to say if you're blue that you have to. I just want you all to be comfortable in here, and if this is a place where you can come and like not work and like not mod and just hang out and chill and not asking for links and all this, like, I just want this to be a totally chill environment. So come and go as you please, y'all. Your help is appreciated. These are things you do not have to do, and yet you choose to do them, and that's something I can only appreciate. Matt Gooch, how you doing? I don't even have a page, and I figured that stuff out. That's because you're good at prepping. I feel special being blue here. I like looking for links. I have time. No, and I appreciate that too, and some appreciate that. Number one mod, Ryan Tran. I agree. Number one mod, Ryan Tran. He is a mod absolutely everywhere. I did see that. Good. I'm on too friggin' many places anyway, and I feel that, Void. No worries, fam. You'll never have to be here. Of course, I will say that it is good having you here, and if I'm ever in a pinch and need a mod in a split second, like, it's good to have those that I know they know what they're doing. But at the same time, I've also never had to worry about it in these streams. As big as I've gotten, and trust me, I'm sure that I will get a little bit bigger, I've never really had to worry about, one, not having any mods here, and two, just anybody being rowdy enough to need mods. Like, everybody is very respectful here, and I can do nothing but appreciate that. Against. Yeah, you super need me. No, yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that too, boy. Chop liver again. Ah, Lori. Only stops when lose. Still have not yet pulled. Lori's a great mod, and I'll say that there is a only stop when I lose. I need clarification. I'll say that all of my mods do play an amazing part here, and it can go outside the stream as well. And I'll say that a lot of you are really good about communication, and that's something I can appreciate more than anything. And I'll say that everybody's a mod for a reason. Did you say that this is one that you had yet to pull? Not yet pulled. So, favorite Zapdos, and it's one of mine as well. This is by Shibaranguru. That is 151, yes. And funny story about this card. Story time real quick. So I was on Bro Rip stream, and he's a rip and shipper. I do recommend checking him out. It's just such a fun environment with such a great community. And the one thing that I will say is I do get lucky in a lot of streams, but the one pack luck, I've had my one pack snipes at CHH3 stream, but there is a community member over on Bro Rip stream. Her name's Kay, and she was doing a lot of hunting through Paldean Fates. And Paldean Fates, she was hunting for Bubble Mew, and of course didn't pull it. She bought like 10-20 packs, and we all know it's super hard to pull. And so I was like, you know what, I don't feel like I just want to give her one more chance to pull the Bubble Mew. And I bought her one more pack of Paldean Fates, and I want one pack of Japanese 151 for myself. I said, give it one more shot. And she did. No Mew in there. Then he ripped my 151 pack, and I sniped the SIR Zapdos. And whether that's going to be karma, like, in general, or if it's going to be just rotten luck, either way, I was able to obtain the SAR Zapdos from Japanese 151. No way. Yeah, me shins. Zapdos is only 2 SIRs I need for my master set. English or Japanese, boy? Yeah, still chasing. Yeah, it's one of my chases for sure. It is a good chase. This is Japanese. I just want to point it out. I don't know about y'all, but I always like, oh my god, that's great. And I don't really see the language. First off, I see the art. Wagyu, super tender beef. I like Wagyu. I'm gonna have beef with Marquette if he assumes I'm here for giveaways. That's the last thing I'm here for. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. Wagyu, super tender beef, says Lori. I'm not gonna lie and say that didn't make me laugh. Anybody keeping a card count on how many cards I've dropped? Because that was like 100. No, absolutely. And honestly, nobody should ever assume anything about anybody. And especially being here. There's a lot of things that I do here, and I'll just do random giveaways because I feel like it. But I know that not one of you are here for just the giveaways, because if you were, then you'd probably not be here, because we've been going for 3.5 hours, and I've done one maybe giveaway, and it was to a specific person for playing my game. And that was Growing Reality. So I really appreciate y'all, and trust me when I say nobody should ever assume anything about anybody here. Because I'll say that I myself had made some assumptions, and I've debunked myself. So, you guys want to see something super cool that I am now in order of? Ghost Love, exactly, Emmanuel. I appreciate you, fam. Maddie, back to rest. JK, JK. I'm only here for the givvies. Who cares about the art? Oh, Maddie. I agree, Growing. It is the best card from 151. I'm just the keep tracker. Keep tracker. Well said, Kev, as always. I appreciate you, JR. Facts, Ghostlight. No, I really appreciate y'all, and everyone plays a part, and I've got super special people in the chat, and more so than outside this community, y'all, which kind of reminds me of my original point and the constant theme of today. That behind every screen name there is a person, and our words can hold weight. We can joke around all we want. That's what we're here to do. If we're comfortable with one another, we can joke. But I need to remind everybody that we communicate via text. And when we text, emojis are everything. You can read something, and you are not going to know how that person is saying it if you do not know this person well enough. Please use your emojis and your intent to communicate your intent. Because if someone doesn't know you're joking, then it can definitely lead to it. But even if you are joking, ask yourself, is this something that should be joked about? That's the one thing that I will say. But isn't this card so cool? I have a Pokeball autographed Kabutops from Christopher Hubert Houston III in my set. Hardest person can break at the right... Man, truer words have never been spoken. And even Superman was never strong all the time. Context over the internet is a nightmare for me, right? Me too. I am, buddy. It's Friday. No complaints there, says JR. Man of wise work, Misha, and I appreciate you. It's one thing I love about your channel. You show every art, and you have an appreciation for every single card. I've learned so much from... Now you're starting to make me all tear up and get all a little bit sappy here. But I really appreciate y'all. All Kev streams are one non-stop giving knowledge, peace, love, Pokemon. Ken, and you guys really know how to make my day and fill my bucket. It makes me feel like what I'm doing here has not just purpose, but worth. And for what it's worth, I couldn't ask for a better group of people to go through it with. 100% correct. I agree, and that's hard for me too, because I am humble. I am a humble person, and as long as everybody's learning and enjoying, this is all I could ever care for. All I could ever care for is that. We fill his butt. You fill my bucket more than some. Kev, did you show off a card that I sent you from Shrouded Faithful? Ooh, Mr. Skang. Thank you for saying that. I have not. In fact, I've got quite a bit of mail that I've never showed off before. In fact, that might be something fun to do. Let's do some of that. Did show off a lot of that. Yo. When I say that Mr. Skang not only is one of the funniest people, he is by far the kindest and most genuine human beings that I would ever care to hope to meet. And I encourage y'all. I know that he had a rough going. His channel, something had happened. He had to start over. So everybody, if you were subbed to Mr. Skang, go sub to this Mr. Skang one more time. He does have a new channel. Let's get him back to where we were. 22 subs to go. Oh my god, 578. That's insane. And yeah, join. I don't know. I haven't seen you live streaming a whole lot, Mr. Skang. I don't know if you're still doing that. But everyone, please go check him out. I've mastered the set now, Kev. Excellent. Love that, Mr. Skang. What I will do is this. Look at the amazing artwork from Mr. Skang. Isn't that an incredible piece of artwork? I love it. And the beautiful sentiment inside, Mr. Skang. I super appreciate you. Wanted to send over some cool cards, and this was the first cool card. Lucario looking all BA. Kamehameha. Emmanuel Moraes, how are you doing? Always remember I have the biggest sense of humor. I'm never serious. I will always remember that. I was stocking up for an all-night shoot-a-thon and hunting sniper. I'm super proud of you, man, for mastering the set of Shrouded. Awesome, Lucario. We'll go through this right here. We got Hop Snorlax on the back. Okay, what's your favorite Pokemon? Mimikyu would be my favorite Pokemon, I would say, just merely because of the fact that he was the one that wanted to be liked, and he went ahead and wanted to design and disguise himself as everybody's favorite. Who else is finished Shrouded? I'm well on my way. It's Mimikyu, says JR. He knows. I was listening to you talk last hour, still lurking. Appreciate that. Hey, that's my little girl's favorite. Yeah, excellent. I love me some Mimikyu, and I've got more than enough dupes, man. When I bust into the Mimikyus, I'll throw some aside if you need any, Void. Pretty little girl. Time to sleep. See you guys tomorrow when Ernie snipes the Rocket School Hollows. Have a beautiful rest of your night. Appreciate you popping in. And Ernie. Ernie's gonna snipe them all. Brother was filling my bottles for me and giving my bags of snacks. I love my snacks. Mr. Skang is a special person that has needs still take care. I agree. She is autistic and she has issues with making friends and social interactions. No way. She associates a lot with Mimikyu. I can understand that, and one could say that I guess you can say without saying that I'm a lot of the same way. Maybe not on the same level, but I'll say wholeheartedly and humbly and honestly that I feel that same way, that it does take a special something to make me feel like, you know what, Kev, you can speak your mind, you can be yourself, you can go in here and be Kev, and you don't have to put on that face, you know. And I like to think that every group of people is that way for me, that I can approach anybody and have that conversation, but then I would just be openly lying to myself without knowing it takes an astute amount of mental effort to break that and go up and just say hello, or go into a store you're unfamiliar with. And so it helps when you wear sunglasses or you wear a hat. You know, you wear a big jacket, something comforting. It's, I don't know, sorry to go off on that little tangent, but I can absolutely relate in sense, Void, and absolutely, for what it's worth, proud of her for everything that she does. Hollow Soul covered in rags, attempting to garner some love and attention as a Pikachu. It's a sad thing, and it's her favorite, but I understand it. I understand it as well, and it is a very sad thing. You need this Snorlax, but with staff on the bottom? That wouldn't be bad. You have a staff promo? That's incredible. I'm growing now. I'm back. Welcome back, Growing. Appreciate you. You're welcome, One Thug. You put so much into modding. It was a little something back to you, fam. That's another one of those Omni mods, is One Thug stacking. Look at that Toxtricity. This is from Evolving Skies, Reverse Hollow. Mr. Skang sent me some Reverse Hollows from Evolving Skies. I have the Mr. Skang card. But this is what he really sent. And this card I was after for a very long time for obvious reasons, y'all. Look at this card. Here's that Sunlight Nishins that we were talking about earlier. See how it... And now granted, this is a 3D image. This isn't something I believe that anybody drew. I think this was a computer-generated image more so that's a little bit easy to do by placing a light source. Instead of drawing it, but definitely the Sunblocker Bear. That's one intimidating teddy bear, right? It's so cute, says Evie's foster mom. And the jacket, I wear way oversized military. Wheelchair, see, you get it. I'm the same way. And I'm a big guy, y'all. I'm 6'5" by nature, so when I stand up, it's a little intimidating, and even I will wear sweatshirts a little bit bigger for myself just to make me feel like I have some kind of comfort. Yeah, boy, you sound hot. Yes, I was just about to comment on that. Yep, excellent. Priceless card, Kev. G, my ghost. One Thug, I appreciate you being here. Love me some Shroud. I love me some Shrouded, too. Depicts Beware so well. It does. And there's a few theories going on about this card, of course. We do have the ever popular, like, maybe he knocked this person out, and you're just waking up and seeing him over you, and he's dragging you to wherever he wants to take you. Beating the crap out of me, right? So that's one theory. I wear big sweatshirts, but that's due to my addiction to Almond Joys. Trust me when I say, JR, I love me some Almond Joys too, man. And sometimes the Almond Joy, sometimes the almond's a bit much, and you just gotta go for the mounds. I don't know, Mishins. I just live in Port City. Live in a port city. I love that. I would love to have just this boats and stuff. Looks like my toddler with a bonnet waking me up in the morning. Mama. It's not Pudge bloat, it's a sweater. It's a sweater, I swear. Just how you like it. Okay, I thought I was gonna meet another military brother. Were you in the military, missions? I appreciate your service. Were you in that? Were you in the military? Was anybody here in the military that we didn't recognize yet? So me, and hear me out, y'all, and I can't do the accent too well, but everybody's seen Thor, specifically with Korg and Meeks, his little buddies that he met at the Grandmasters. I hear Korg's voice in my head when I see this Beware, like he's waking you up like, hey bro, you okay? We got a ship, you wanna come? That's what I hear when I see this. You out of here? Alright, I'm gonna head out. Good night, everyone. Good night, Maddie. I hope that you feel better. And look forward to hearing that you're right as rain tomorrow. Still in? 18 years so far? Sheesh. Man. Check you out. How much longer do you have to go? Are you going the full 20? Conscientious objector, you know, a coward who's not patriotic in any sense. I feel you, Void. I feel you. I mean, at this point, you know, I can just simply say, I'm too old, they won't take me. Full 20. Man, kudos to you and congratulations, man. 20 years is an accomplishment in any field, let alone that. So, kudos to you, man, and thank you for that. For sharing. You got 2 more years, man. You have so much less to do than you've done already. Just not big enough to be in the military. And that's what I thought too. And then I grew to be the size of a tree. But let's appreciate Beware. Once it accepts you as a friend, it tries to show you its affection with a hug. Letting it do that is dangerous. It could easily shatter your bones. Could easily shatter your bones just by hugging you, but it really wants to. I remember taking the ASVAB in high school decades ago. My home phone wouldn't stop. That would be a scary hug, right? Can you imagine? And I hate to do this to anybody, but can you imagine that it wasn't like a real quick bear hug where it was like, God, bones? And that it was like one of those slow, like, stop, snap, 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 snap. You know, and he just, like Lenny, just kept squeezing you. Tell him about the rabbits, George. Goated. Ryan Tran, another Shrouded Fable fan. So, once again, big shout out, Mr. Skang. Super appreciate you for those. Definitely appreciate it. In fact, since you are here and you are still pretty active, before you have to go out, what I will do is I'm gonna go ahead and read some poetry. We'll take a little break here and read some poems, or read a poem. I'm gonna read Ipswich by Eugene Fields. It's one of my it's a funny little poem, and I don't know why. It just makes me smile. Kept asking me why I took the test if I objected to war. I told him I don't care if I got a 99. I got out of 2.5 classes for a super long lunch after you silly 15-minute test. Oh, that's funny. I'll hug a giant. Masochist anyway. Big warm hugs. Big warm hugs from the giant teddy bear. And you know what? If I get a few broken bones, it's worth it. Absolutely worth it. Raphilosophy, how you doing, fam? I hope you're doing well. Henry David or Emily Dickinson. I like it. You know what? Let me write it down. Henry David Thoreau is an absolutely wonderful writer, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I could be very wrong, but didn't he do On Golden Pond? Henry David Thoreau? I might be thinking of somebody else. And Emily Dickinson, I mean, what's really funny about Dickinson is, Void, I guarantee that there is like 90% of the people in this chat room have heard Emily Dickinson and didn't know it was Emily Dickinson. Yes, he did. Excellent. That's what I thought. And man, can I just say, it was not only a brilliant book, and I know this isn't one like, everybody go and see what I mean, because On Golden Pond it's a story about people. I'll just say it's not exciting. Like, it's a piece of literary genius. And you watch the movie and it's so well adapted, and I just can't explain it. Who are you? Are you nobody too? Don't tell us. They'll banish us, you know. How dreary it is someone so public like the frog. Alright, Void. I see you. To tell your name the livelong day unto the miring bog. That's how much I love poetry. I'm like waiting for the next line, even though it doesn't even have to come. That sounds so familiar too. I want to say it's one of the two you reference. If I had to say, I want to say it's Dickinson. How dreary it is to be someone so public like a fog, to tell your name. That is the last line. That is the last line. So there is no more. Which can be said, a Poe fan myself. Man, I just read The Raven. You just missed that. Back at like the 3-hour mark, I read that. Nobody by Dickinson. Yes, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Poe and his beautiful iambic pentameter. I agree. I agree. And honestly, I've thought long and hard about it, because Maddie went to bed, right? I don't have anybody in here over 18 or under 18. Not to say like it won't be on the VOD. I'm going to have to rewrite this thing to make it more family friendly. But I will read it, of course. It's definitely late enough. I don't think there's people on, and I don't think anybody's willing to watch 4 hours to get into it, so. But I have read it once before. Got a little bit of mixed reactions in the chat, but some preface is that I am big into Poe, Void. And Rafa, I'm big into Poe, so much that I have an old hardback of his completed works. I do too, with the golded pages. It's so amazing. In fact, I would be using that to read these, but my eyes just can't do it anymore. The print is so small because his works are vast and the book is only this big. And it just got really small, but it's so cool to have it. So I used to read Poe a lot, and I don't know what it was, but it was like the day before my son's birthday. And it was thunderstorming outside. It was dark. I think we just didn't ease into it. You raw dogged us, but it was a lovely great context. I'll slow it down, because I know that was something that was stated, that I went a little too fast, and it kind of like, it was just in your face immediately. So I had Poe entire works, got it after I portrayed him in a stage work. Putting on a bizarre Baltimore accent was the hardest part. I can only imagine, especially that Cockney, like, the, Baltimore. I wouldn't even know how to do it. I was thinking Boston. Boston. Right, so that's good advice, boo. But I absolutely will read it to you, and I will say right now that you are going to hear undertones of Edgar Allan Poe. In fact, it might sound very similar to The Raven itself. And that's because I wanted it to. I wanted to try and write my own poem of story of somebody sitting in a room and having his own internal struggle with demons past. So, surprised or not, don't feel any regrets about it or the first time. Okay, I appreciate you. A midnight dreary before your son's birthday. Yes, that's kind of how it went. But it was a time where I was very young, and I say that because I did have my son when I was 20 years old. And so, let me see. I wrote this the night before his 3rd birthday. And so I was 22 years old myself, and I was sitting in a kitchen alone. Everybody was sleeping. It was like midnight, and it was storming outside, and one of those storming where all the lights are off but the blinds are open, and so you could see the lightning coming in, and you could hear the rain, and it was just like, And I couldn't sleep, so I sat down at the table, and I just wrote. And very rarely does anybody, let alone me, write and be done. Normally I write, no, scratch, no, this works better, no. So this is one that I am going to go through, and I am going to rewrite as I stated it. And not due to regret, because I'm not going to change the context of the message in the story. It's going to be the exact same story, but I feel over 10 years later that I can make this into something that can be on the same level of Edgar Allan Poe. But this is 22-year-old me. For context, I'm turning 37. And so, Maryland in the mid-1800s, in a way different accent than what you know now. Roommate keeps trying to cattle prod me to start playing guitar and writing music again. I just lost the passion. Retrospect, it's a masterful tool. I agree. And I say do it if it's going to make you happy to do it. But the second something that was once a hobby of love becomes a chore, and you find greater love in something else, then that's how I know it was like a passing fancy versus something that I should invest my time into. But on that same token, if somebody sees the great, like, Kev, you should really do this, and you never thought of doing that before, never hurt to try. And that's what I say. But, let me see, I can't believe, 30 people in here. You all really love poetry and art. I appreciate y'all being here for real. And so this is the poem that I wrote the night before my son's 3rd birthday. It is not a coincidence that the music just ended and stopped. That's why they bring me joy. Metadonic. Yeah, I can feel that as well. And I hope in some retrospect, what we do is able to bring even that modicum of joy. If I can make you smile even once void, then my job's fulfilled. And for what it's worth, you can always be alone and never be by yourself. That's what I will say. And that goes for anybody. Because I will say the constant theme of today is the same. Behind every screen name I see, there is a person behind it. No, I mean, it's a diagnosis, a medical one. Oh, that I didn't know. Anonic. Maybe I don't know what that is. Which, of course, we don't have to get into it now. And of course I enjoy learning as well, so I will look into that. But yeah, if it's something that you can't help, that's something else. And with all the voices in my head telling me to create chaos, nah, I'll never be alone. I don't feel joy or pleasure. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. And for what it's worth. I don't think this story is going to help with that, but in the same sense, you can kind of feel that when, and again, diagnosis aside, because honestly, I can't say that I've ever went to somebody to be in the position to be diagnosed, regardless of, you know, whether I maybe should have. Thought I stopped by here for help? No, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. I thought you stopped by here so that you could enjoy some art and hang out. But I'm hoping that I can bring some kind of joy. Major depressive disorder that's medication resistant isn't a death sentence. I wrote poetry as well. I used to be a rapper, slam poet. Rafa, get out of here. I would love to hear it. Or read it. It isn't a death sentence. That's good to know as well. That's good to know. This one, not really short. I just noticed that the beginning is a lot shorter than the ending. But this is something that, yeah, before my son's 3rd birthday, and it was definitely poem-induced, and you can kind of hear that. It gets very rhymey in the beginning, which is why I want to kind of go through now and redo it. But gotta remember I'll take it slow. And I didn't really have anything to call it, so I just called it Closet Skeleton. As this dude does. The wind outside is loudly shrieking. My house inside is slowly creaking. The walls within are calmly speaking, but the roof above is finally leaking. There's someone knocking on the door. My bare feet glide across the floor, not knowing what was in store, for my clock just struck the hour 4. I reach the door and peer outside. Sheets and shadows seem to glide. With my time I seem to bide before I swing it open wide. I grip the knob, so nice and sweet. I open expecting trick or treat, but only darkness there to greet an acquaintance I don't care to meet. I take a breath and step right out. I ball my fists for a bout. I clear my voice as if to shout. However, nothing's there lurking about. I sigh and rub my heavy eyes, and little there to my surprise, I find my mind creating lies of intruders, gunplay, chairs, and ties. I quickly reason with myself. I ever quickly use my stealth. The door seems to slam its shelf as I take the bottle from the shelf. I stare at the painting on my wall. Into my chair I seem to fall. My long dead dog I seem to call. No tapping footprints down the hall. I drink and drink to ease the pain. The windows shudder. It starts to rain. The lightning makes the room feel plain, yet as it darkens seems to stain. I'm an old man now, running out of steam. My eyes close, I start to dream. I see the devil's full regime. I wake up with the standard scream. Another knocking like before upon my solid oak wood door. My bones straight shiver from the core. At this point I can take no more. I yell, "Who's there?" as we've all done. At this time reaching for my gun. They answer, "Oh, now that's no fun." Quickly seeing no way to run, I stumbled to the door and peer. I saw them this time, that is clear. I start trembling, total fear. I listen closely. With my ear I say, "I'm armed and very skilled. I may be old, but I'm strong-willed." They say, "My good man, my goal fulfilled. I'm here about the girl you killed. And so long ago, that girl I did slaughter. In fact, I remember the exact moment I caught her." "Well, what do you mean?" I asked through rainwater. "I mean that girl you killed was my daughter." I backed away, aimed and shot around. I never will forget that sound. Through murder once more I am bound. I threw the gun and hit the ground. To stand again I used the post. The next part I'll remember most. The man outside began to boast. He said, "Nice try, but I'm a ghost." At that point I'm sure I turned green. It's probably best not to be seen. Grabbing my gun, pointed to my head and screamed. As I closed my curtains, final scene. And that was October 26th, 2011.
find out I'll never see a poem as lovely as a tree. You wrote this in mid to late 90s. I quote your dead dog. You said he was dead, so I imagine him rather quiet. Nice. Thank you. I appreciate that, boy. This... I don't ever feel ashamed reaching out to you. Need someone to talk to you. If I was ever shy to read poetry, can we send it to you for pure reading or stream reading by anonymous subscribe? Absolutely. Absolutely you can. In fact, if there's any poetry that y'all written and you didn't feel right to read it out loud yourselves, you can absolutely send it through, and with your permission I would love to read it, and we can keep it anonymous. Said he was dead, so I imagine him rather quiet. That's a relevant thought process when you have a son and making a milestone. It really is. I've read my fair share, written my fair share of poetry and musical lyrics. I'm just messing with you. No, I absolutely understand. And honestly, creativity is amazing. And when I say that there's poems that I've written that I'll never read out loud, I wouldn't be lying. Because sometimes we just need to get it out. And poems don't always need to rhyme, y'all, if you're in the background there listening in and you are a poet yourself. What I'm going to do, I'm going to start a sub-channel within my Discord, and it's going to be solely about poetry, so you can post your favorite poetry, your favorite poets, and things like that, because I would love to, not only that, but discover more poems than I did. And more poets that maybe I'm unaware of, which, I don't want to be that guy and be like, not likely, but could be not likely. This video, I'm reeked of existential dread, something which I can relate. Poems don't need to rhyme, not all the time. It's not a reason we pen the lines. Say those things, then super regret it. Short stories, okay? Short stories are okay, absolutely. In fact, I've written my fair share of short stories as well. I don't think we're ready for that yet. Some of my short stories, it might even need to be like an adult-only stream, but I'll happily read you some of my short stories, y'all. So this is what I was mentioning earlier. This is also Tomokazu Kamiya Gengar. And I just feel like they could have and should have represented the picture a lot better. That is Tomokazu. And what I think is really funny about this card, and maybe you've noticed, maybe not, but his eyes are pointing different direction. So you can kind of... Should have given him I agree, 100%, or an SIR, 100%. Not a fan of this Gengar. Not a fan either. I'm a fan of Gengar, I'm a fan of Tomokazu, but I feel like this is just... I don't know, I feel like he phoned it in a little bit. And I feel like if they gave Tomokazu the rights to do a full art AR or something like that, then we could have very well ended up with... Where did it... But the... Okay. No way. Where did it go? It was just sitting up here. I'm bewildered. But it could have ended up looking a lot like the Drowsy from Scarlet and Violet, which is around here somewhere. I'm just unsure where. Aliens in the background. Ooh, derps are my thing. Looks like the adult derp sticker. I love him. Kinda. I can see it. Get this one gen, I'm sure this card was cop out. See, and that's the cool thing about artists that I learned as well, Void, is they don't really get to choose the Pokemon that they get to come in and do. So, guarantee they showed up and they're like, "Oh, Mr. Kamiya, here's a Gengar." And he's like, oh, okay, it's an SAR, right? No, just a regular card. Okay. Like secret rare though, right? Like, no, just regular hollow. It's like, oh, okay. Drew this thing, and honestly, I'm not taking any credit away from him. This thing could have taken many hours. But it looks like he dropped some yellow paint on it, drew a blue outline around it, and called it good. I do see the aliens as well, so shout out Alien. But it kind of looks like a coffee stain, and he threw Gengar in there. Good hanging on, my buddy. I'm not hating. I definitely love the artist. I love the Pokemon. I love the card. I think we're just saying it's not the best one, and he could have done a lot more with it. But definitely iconic for sure. And maybe I'm just a little bitter because the last SAR Gengar that I got was like a VMAX, and it wasn't like Gengar. It was a VMAX, so. I sadly parted with most of my Ghastly Hunter Gengar collection. More dedicated than me was after. Oh, I got you. And that must have been hard to do too. It's not his best work. Says us, right? He might think this is some of his best work. That poetry channel sounds like a really fun idea. I have moleskins upon moleskins full of unrecorded songs and unperformed poems. Get out of here, Rafa. I'll do that right after the stream. All art is good art. Prove me wrong. I know. That's all emotion. No, and you're right. And I think it is good to kind of step back because we can be overcritical of artwork sometimes. And I can say that I've got some amazing musicians in mind. And you know what? They've done some songs that maybe didn't hit the right vibe with me. That doesn't mean I'm going to like them any less. Just like I'm not going to admonish this at all. Because this is still a Gengar. It's still a very high-profile artist. It's still from a very specialty set where they outline Gengar and the original 151. What's up, Alien? Speaking of aliens, I didn't like every curse, right? Colors on the Gengar are sick. I will say that. I do like the play on the muted colors. And I'm convinced that these are aliens up here, so. Didn't like every Cure song, that's funny. Some art just isn't. That's true. Canvas art is my favorite. I don't like contemporary art. I can agree with that as well. Canvas art is definitely something to be desired. And there's a lot of cards out there that I'm convinced started on a canvas and were shrunk down for the card. Settling that creates the earth and hit the ground? It could be. Yeah, it could very well be. That might just open up a whole new PokéGhost theory. Like, what if Gengar is an alien, right? And they're all like, alright, is he good? He's like, I'm just gonna take this shape. Does this look okay? And they're like, your eyes don't match. He's like, I'll fix it later. And he's off. You have to love him, absolutely. ¿Cómo estás, primo? Or Zygote cells. Ooh. That could be. That could be Zygote cells. And now my mind just took this whole symbiote theory. But I agree to Lori's point. Gengar is still the buddy, the bestie. Let's see who we have here. I see SCE2. To 0. Man, that's gorgeous. He's a shadow on the ground. Ooh. That's an interesting theory. I like a lot of art. Da Vinci is one of the best, in my opinion, because he hides different stuff in his art, like the Fibonacci sequence. It's good looking Gengar. I love the art. Alufax, there you are, man. I hope you've been doing alright. How are things? It's good to see you. I saw you way earlier too, man. You were one of the first ones here. Have you been lurking this whole time? You realize it's been going on for 4 hours. I agree. I think Da Vinci is great. Some say even the Mona Lisa is a self-portrait. I can see that as a poster. You can see that as a poster? I could see it too. Hey, all I can say is if The guy I sold my Gengar collection to would gladly sell me a fistful of English Darkrai I'm missing. He has any of them. Darkrai, huh? That's right, you are a Darkrai fan. Did you like the Gengar 2 Alufax? He does. He likes the derpy Gengar 2. He was a genius in his own right, and well before his time. Well before his time. One of the things I love about having a huge Pokemon TCG Online collection is that it's introduced me to the singles that I want to own in real life and can buy online. Kev, I'd like to stay to the end of the stream, but I gotta leave concrete at 7:30 a.m. No worries, Mr. Skang. It's really good to see you, brother, as always, and I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Looking forward to your short today. 'Cause I'm a huge artwork fan. I'm a big artwork fan too, if you couldn't tell. Like this here, and this is to Alufax's point, like this here, this could be a poster. This reminds me of something that you would see on an old Italian restaurant when you walk in, and it's like a picture by the door. Darkrai would rather paralyze human Pokemon into stupor, like sleep filled with night terrors, rather than have to encounter them, and I can relate. See you on the next one. We'll see you in Mr. Skang. Thanks so much for popping in. That almost blocks 3D. That almost looks 3D, right? And this reminds me of a very interesting story, and one that we're all familiar with, but we never really say the whole story. But I want to remind you of Aesop's story of sour grapes. And the story of sour grapes go that there was a very thirsty fox that was walking through, and he saw at the top of a tree that there were some grapes growing. And he attempted to reach the grapes. He attempted very, very hard. He tried to jump up, he tried to grab them. He came so close, very much like this Tangela, but alas, he could never obtain the grapes. And he walked away, disgruntled, and he said, they're probably sour anyway. And that's why we say, you're just sour grapes. Gives it more flair. Yeah, I agree. It gives it a lot more layers than just the foreground, middle ground, background. Like, without moving this card, it could be its own shadow box art. Like, it has its own depth. Last thing, Kev, each card was an inspired card, and the card creator. It's a story behind each one, and that's why connective cards are so fun to me, collect and display. I agree, Rafa, and it should look real quick. I don't know if you were around in the stream where we discovered that a lot of the same cards have the same background, and we realized that there was a different kind of connecting artwork out there that we didn't realize. And there's like 4 cards of 2 different sets that all have the same background with the same stump and the same trail. Why even bother? They probably suck anyways. That's the definition of sour grapes. Exactly. Also seemingly default mental state for anyone shopping at Walmart. Yes, the Walmartians. Gotta love them. Yep, 100%. Yep, 100%. Okay, good. I was about to start digging too, but I'm glad you were there for that. And then, of course, all the work that all of you did. Antalgic was real good about posting those other ones in the Discord, and I do have a shortcoming for it. But did anybody catch my Bulbasaur short today? Learning a little bit about Bulbasaur and Fushigaden, which I hope I'm saying correctly. Good old Erica. This card is absolutely wonderful. We'll look at this one real quick. Aww, it would be Dratini Pokeball, wouldn't it? By Sinisori Sakuma. Cute. But this, there is so much to this card, and the fact that there's like this red haze over it is absolutely incredible. Fushugi Dane. Fushugi Dane. That's right. Okay. Fushugi Dane. Love the Bulbasaur short. Would like to see more of those for other Pokemon, and those are coming, me shins. I promise you that. I do have my next one already selected, but I have started a list throughout the day of people commenting and calling it out in live stream. But I am going to unveil that my next short will be about Squirtle. We Rocket rated that video. Was a good one for sure. That's right. Rocket Scott did go ahead and raid that video today, huh? It's like he's about to call hell down underwater. I agree. Like, you never really see Ammonite or Omastar as anything threatening until you see him in his environment. Because, man, that looks scary. But not to mention just the overall symmetry of the picture. There's a subtle asymmetry with the tentacles in the background, but the fact that he's looking right at you. Akira Komiyama. Fushugi Dane. My squirrel jokes are not safe for work. Well, here's something, and I will kind of... I don't know if I'm going to include this in the voiceover or not, but for about 10 years, there was a time where I was very convinced that Squirtle was named Squirtle because it was a squirrel turtle. That's not true. It's actually a combination of turtle and squirt. Dignity. Do you buy any extended art frames? I don't. Do you mean for the cards? Because that would be amazing. I have seen one for the Giratina. Squirt and turtle. Squirt hole. Squirtle the squirt hole. Newest video, check it out. Thanks, One Thug. I appreciate that. For anybody curious, what I am going to do is it is going to be very art-based still. However, I'm going to go through and depending on the Pokemon, because some Pokemon have hundreds of cards out there. But I want to try and get all of the artwork for one set, or for one Pokemon in one short or one video. And if it does exceed the short length, I'll release it as a long form. Saying Squirrel, one of these jokes is going to have getting typed out before I can stop. Yeah, that's true. We'll move on. But yes, really looking forward to that. And if you do have any Pokemon that you would like to see, I would absolutely not mind doing those as well. And I do apologize, y'all. The one thing that was supposed to come in today was I ordered a bunch of sleeves and a bunch of binders because I really need to start getting my English under control. And then suddenly they want to arrive tomorrow. So I get to do a lot of that tomorrow, and then Saturday I will be streaming again. Squirtle first, Blastoise second. Lori. Lots of Japanese. About to do a video soon on Eternatus. That's a bit over completed. Eternatus. That's one that I would like to learn more about myself. I've seen the Slowbro Howl from Scarlet and Violet base. I have seen the Slowbro. Yes, I have. I believe that's by Shinji Kanda growing. Pulled that the other night, Rafa. Beautiful. This is beautiful, right? And I think, like, this is Shibuya, but I think that there's very few Pokemon that I maybe didn't care for, and then I saw a really amazing card. And I suddenly cared for the Pokemon, and Bombardier is one of these Pokemon. And I think not only that, but I did have a connection in the game Scarlet and Violet, because I think his shiny is so cool, just being monochromatic. The Destroyer of Worlds. Rose wanted to destroy the world by bringing a Pokemon of the apocalypse down to Earth. That was Eternatus, the Destroyer of Worlds. That's right, that was all in Sword and Shield, huh? Man, it's been a month of Sundays, but that's true. I actually like I like Bombardier too. Yeah, I like the darker aspects of the games. Me too, man, me too. Like, anytime a card references, like, draining somebody's life force, or I think we saw a Gengar card that simply said, like, when it decides to end the life of its victims, it's like, oh my god. And that's kind of, if you couldn't guess, you know. Keep it dark, exactly. Squirtle use bubble.
We love the Squirt Turtle. Yes, and I will say, and I mean, the only natural one to do after that then would be Charmander, right? So chances are Charmander will be next, because I wouldn't feel right starting with those two and not doing Charmander, considering he's like an involuntary mascot of the channel. Why do you think specifically finished Shroud of Fable and not a single other set this generation? That's a good point. That's a good point. Shrouded is a little bit on the darker side, I will say that. This has a top loader in it. Was a little on the darker side, and not only that, but the story itself from like the game was pretty dark itself. And not to say that it wasn't like too dark for kids or anything, but if you can imagine like Peturant using that mochi for something other than making him do silly chicken dances, like real brain control, I could just see a total horror movie out of that whole downloadable, that whole DLC. The Dark Poison base set with a focus on the Peturant and the Loyal 3, that was my favorite part of the DLC until the Mochi Madness bullcrap, right? Exactly. Like, if it wasn't the chicken dances and it was something more ominous, like, I'd totally be start to finish. Yep, me too. Squirtle used water gun. The Mochi Mayhem. Mochi Man, so ridiculous. Well, that's interesting. Look at that. Look at that Garganackle. Yeah. Looks like it's Stellar Crown. How long? Ew. Not a fan of Peturant. Lazy design again. I do like the fact that he was closed and then he opened to expose it. Like, I do like that design. But then, and I think this is kind of where Void's getting, that portion of the DLC made me glad about the DLC in its entire. Yeah, so I will say, if you're playing a game that's designed for children, like, we can suspend our disbelief, but when it blatantly reminds you by making people do like silly dances and stuff like that, like, it's like, okay, you gotta kind of get through it. But it was an ominous story. I loved the Loyal 3, and the whole Ogre Pond story was incredible. Peturant is a genius design. He's a giant hippocampus. That's true. I like the Ogre Pond part of the DLC. I did too. Especially when I'm like, Ogre Pond's a dick. I don't like Ogre Pond. And then it's like, oh wait, never mind. He's kind of cool. And I think that's why I like the Ogre Pond cards, was because of the DLC. We got Charge Bug. Morocco Tommy. The chains of those emotions like love, rage, and fear all contributed to that area of the brain, and he controls the 3 that represent them. I didn't catch that maybe Peturant was controlling the Loyal 3. I did, says Laura. Man, now I feel bad. But what I did notice is that depending on where the chains were wrapped around the Pokemon is what was developed into an advance. And let me know, because 2 questions I have for everybody. There's still 27 people in here. 1, super appreciate y'all being here. Y'all mean the world to me, and just to know that you're here to listen to me talk and tell stories and show art is incredible. But 1, I would like to know, if I did a playthrough of Scarlet and Violet, complete with DLCs, would you all be interested in doing that and possibly playing with me? Brain, Body, Heart, the 3 loyals, Brain, Body, and Heart. Yep. Peace out, Zach Clauditz. Later, y'all. Be safe out there. You as well, man. And I hope Maddie starts feeling better. This bus Pokemon. It looks like a bus Pokemon indeed. Until you realize it's only like a foot and an eighth. So it's like, maybe like this tall. It's a mini bus. Throw a Volkswagen on it. It's a mini. I think it's just this one and this one. I have the tech too. Okay, yeah. You trade your shinies. Only if you let me trade you shinies. Ooh, I've got more than enough shinies to trade. Yeah, it would be fun. Excellent. Yeah, I wanted to stream ZA, but it looks like I can only get a Japanese language switch to. Yeah, if I have the tech to play, yeah. Excellent. They region lock stuff. Boo. Ah, yeah, they do. And that does sound fun. I'm gonna look into it for sure, and then we can all get together and play. Of course, I do know that you can only do a party of 4, so. But I figured we'll start with, just kind of playing the game in its entirety. I really like this Fletchinder and the artwork that it portrays. So lame. I want to get on that shiny trade. Okay. Is there any shinies that you're looking for, or just all of them? Pokemon Home account is almost all shinies from other games and Go. Excellent. I don't have Pokemon Home. Something I should look into. Japanese language switch is just for the Switch software, right? Can't you change the game language inside of the game? That's a good question. I call one place. I call first place. You got it. Raphael, if I want something shiny, some sort, get in touch with me. I can link my email. I don't want to link my channel. You can link the email. I just don't know if you'll be able to post your email in the chat. Discord message me. If so, I'll think of something. But you're more than welcome to post it there. You're more than welcome to attempt to post it here, or you can always Discord it to me. Or if you don't have Discord, that would be hard. We'll find a way to do it. I'll happily get your email. It's my name, then Judge Jersey's number. Hard to forget. Yeah, I'm on a few Discords. Okay, cool. They're releasing a Japanese version that's completely region and language locked. The international version is crazy price here, and how bet? Really? They're only gonna sell you a system that's region and language locked? Is that what you were saying, Growing? Is that what sucks? At least 1 over 40. Which one more? Discord. I don't know if the links are working quite yet. Can someone grab my Discord real quick? Or the Japanese only switch, but I had the idea that the game language can be changed inside the game. Yeah, like if you go to the options and system settings in the game, Halion, would you be able to change it from the game versus the system? Yes, Kev, there's a Jap-only switch, and it's cheaper than the international. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Yeah, Talonflame. Thank you so much, Boo. I appreciate you. There's my Discord. Right there. The fact you have to pay for the tutorial game is wild. That is pretty wild. They're trying to stop scalpers, but also really making it hard international residents who are paid in yen, but also don't always want to play in Japanese. Yep, that makes sense. And I hear it. I hear you. Loud and clear. Why is that loud suddenly? That seems loud, doesn't it? Oh, I guess that's as loud as it always is. Don't come at me wanting legendaries or mythicals, but yeah, Philosophy. If you have a few favorite Mon and Nintendo Online or Pokemon Home, Scarlet and Violet, whatever, I got you. Excellent, I love that. Talking physical shinies. Sounds like no base, no release news, but it isn't released yet, so we shall see. We shall see. Maybe the feedback will make them forget. There's another beautiful Bombardier artwork. Look at how gorgeous that is. And I love, this is probably one of the only depictions that he's not holding his little pouch. I'm a shiny hunter. It's a hobby. Wow, right? Who is this? Oh, this is Aya Kusube. Fun fact, Aya Kusube is one of my top 5 favorite artists in the entire game. So. Means people learning Japanese to get the Switch 2 to save money? No way. No way. Not to say that I wouldn't, but just like to hear it out loud is crazy. Nothing that dramatic, Lloyd. Nothing that dramatic. Oh, just, you know, Articuno and... Well, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, y'all, but I think we've been going at this for a minute, and I think it might be a little later than I intended, but I've had such an amazing time talking with all of you, and I think it's only right that we end on a poem. And what I will ask, significantly cheaper, I think, when they even say it's put of warranty if you can use it outside of Japan. That's so much fun. Well, I appreciate that, Growing. I had a lot of fun having you all here. And I say this a lot, and of course it is the theme of today, but there are people behind these screen names, and the one thing that I appreciate is you chose to spend your night here with us. And I know I didn't do a whole heck of a lot of giveaways. I'm gonna get everything packaged up there, and of course, just that reminder, I am giving this away at 600. How many likes did we hit? Did we hit the like count? I'm just curious, where are we at with likes? Because I feel like I can create a PokéGhost booster pack real quick, and we can give it away. Oh, he's going to ask us for something. Oh yeah, I never asked those 2 questions that I was going to ask. So I did ask about the game, but I also, like, reading poetry has also made me think, like, there's a lot of books and stories out there that I really that I really like to read. And a lot of those are within public forum, and I would be allowed to read them here on stream. And some of those include, like, The Wizard of Oz and Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and things like that. So if those are things that you would be interested, it would be like live audiobooks, more or less. But if that's something that you would be interested in, please let me know. And it is something that I would dedicate one stream, 1 day a week, and just do just the poetry thing, like kind of keeping the Pokemon at bay, and then doing the Pokemon stuff too. So it's going to suggest Alice. No way. Excellent. I love that. And I love reading Alice too. 62 likes I see. I don't know if I'm interested in hearing the ideas, Emmanuel Marias. 62 likes, okay. I was going to suggest Alice. I usually involve screwing over people who are passionate about Nintendo. The Jabberwocky poem. Oh my god, I love the Jabberwocky poem. You can always ask people to submit poetry. I can do that. And I will make a poetry tab within my Discord as well. And if you do want me to read a suggested poem, one, I have to make sure that it is within public forum so that I can read it. Or 2, if it's something that you've written and you want to remain anonymous, you can always send me an email or private message on Discord. My email is thepokeghostkev@gmail.com. And what we'll do is, let's do this super quick. Where bone grows and the Momraths upgrade. I can't help but read it like the Mad Hatter. That's great. I appreciate you having you here, Void. I truly hope that you come back. Let's see. Let's see. I'm digging through my PokéGhost graveyard real quick. You know what? It's been kind of one of those special nights. Against my better judgment, I think it might be something that I have to do with that. Against my better judgment. What is awesome. Boy, it is awesome. Because this was prominent today. I'll do that. Alright. So due to over 60 likes is absolutely amazing. So what I want to do, and trust me when I say this is probably the best I can do right now, is I have started going through all my vintage stuff. Does everybody like vintage stuff here? I certainly hope so. I know that vintage for some isn't too easy to get a hold of, and me, I've got kind of more over the past 30 years than I care to admit, and happy to share all of that with some of you to help your collections grow. And what we need to do, because I really like the comment thing. I really like comment picker. I have product coming Wednesday or Thursday. Excellent. Subbed up, bro. I grace the channels and find intellectual stimulating. Excellent. Love that. I'm the exact same way. From Lord of the Rings. Minty Vinty, like Scott says. Minty Vinty indeed. And I will say that Scott definitely inspires me to do this. So let me go ahead. Let me get my PokéGhost all written up here. Oh, okay. Need another marker. Manual. I have time to care about what they say. Geez, only 24 hours in a day. Why? Well, that looks awful. But that's okay, because it's fine. I didn't realize the picture was so dark. So I'll remember that. That's a little too dark. But, I'm gonna get that. I might do a better one. Don't make me list it as private. My channel's not for the public. My comments may or may not post, just saying. I see you, boo. I see you. You mean at the other place? I got you. No, I'm not joking. That's okay. Don't worry, Void. I'm going to throw on the Abra from base set by Mitsuhiro Arita, chilling by the tree. Too late. I've subbed. It's Pikachu. I'm going to throw on the Jungle Red Cheeks Pikachu. Nothing special. Of course, Jungle didn't matter what color his cheeks was. we did talk about the zombie crab, so I'm going to throw in the zombie crab, the brainless slug from Ken Sugimori. It's like a wabbit sleeping during the race, right? Homer, check your email. Well, it's definitely a good one. I'll say that. It's I'm gonna hold on to it. That's a good one, though. I wasn't saying don't sub to be cheeky. I meant don't want people there and don't know personally. That makes sense. Please do. My bad, I'll unsub. See, that's why it's important to communicate. And then, this is what I was fighting with here. Not this one, but of course, if y'all like Topps cards from the original Pokemon movie, Two Treasures, a little slow bro coming up. I think I'm going to be out. Topps! I vowed to never get monetized, never have ads, and never been to the crowds. I think this is the second movie from Pokemon 2000. It might even be the first movie. Although this scene I'm having trouble placing. Slowking tells Ash to place 2 globes in the rightful place to the temple, so Ash, guided by Pikachu, puts the globes of fire inside the Lightning Island, where they belong. Unfortunately, Ash is 1 globe short. He doesn't have the treasure in the Ice Island, therefore Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno will continue to battle, just as prophecy says. Slowking, thank you. I messed that up. Well, it's Slowking, so yeah, I messed that up. I did. Gen 4. You know, this got awkward. Didn't realize I'd offend someone by subbing to them. Oh no, I wouldn't take it as awkward, man. And I don't think he was offended at all. I think he's just very particular is all. No, definitely no. All are welcome, but I figured, you know what, I have a bunch of these shadowless cards, and trust me when I say these are loved. Oh, giant freak. So this is not in good condition. Like, this isn't getting any 10s, y'all, but I figured this would be fun. So this is what I'm offering up right now. I figured this was a fun stream. We definitely hit over 60 likes. We're gonna go ahead and give this little thing away here. How we're going to do that is what I'm thinking of right now. There's many things that we can do. We've gone and seen Rocket Scott a whole bunch, but is there anybody in here? Shadowless? It is shadowless. It is a shadowless Squirtle. Tiny turtles. Moderately loved. It's up to me if you want. Nothing there yet, but yep, we're all waiting in anticipation, Lori. There we go. This is a Lori pack, not a ghost pack. It's given you can't sit here. Have a good night. Void, you out? Have a good night, Void. I appreciate you being here, fam. Hope to see you again. This is now the what? I don't know how we're going to give this away. I'm not really set up for the instant pick. Don't really have the avatars. I guess we can find a short real quick. Does anybody in here make content? Alien. Alien. Alien does. Indeed. Let's grab Alien short real quick. Or you, or me. But y'all are already here supporting me, so let's go and find Alien real quick. I mean, I suppose I could ask Alien to grab her own short real quick. Come on. Yeah, my computer is not made for that. Lower notifications up, right? Let's bug her at work. Come on. Finally. Dang, Alien's been doing okay. That I'll say. Hey, you got some pretty good views on your shorts, Alien. Excellent job. Yeah, this one. Come on. Sorry, it's here. That's alright, thank you. I think I got it too. People like kittens. I suppose they do. Everybody go look at that real quick. Watch it, comment, like, sub. Let's do that real quick. And this needs to hurry up. But we can chill for a second, give you all a little bit of time to do that. Restart this. Wasn't expecting to go 5 hours, but here we are. We do. My kitty's basically a direct me daily schedule. That happens. Tried to go back to some binder completion context, but people are not impressed. They demanded the cat. What time is it over there, Kev? It is just about 11:30 p.m., Emmanuel. What time is it where you are? I'm not sure when this came out or how many comments there were before now, but we're gonna see. Alright, cool. Got that all ready to go. I'm gonna give it exactly 2 more minutes. Done. Excellent. Or the vintage surprise. Those videos give idea of Japan and the card shops along with it. I agree. I'm on PS2 like Kev. Excellent. Alien, I love the binder completion videos. I believe you were mentioning the Gen 1, 2, and 3 binders. Done. I had obviously before, so yeah, no worries. Uh-oh, I've got bags and no cards to put in them. Okay. That's me not bagging up anything. Need to take a breather. No worries, man. In fact, there's a link up above if you go up on Halien's short. I think I got it right here too. I think that's it. If you want to go and comment on that real quick, we're about to run that here in a second. Almost lunchtime for me right now. Oh, geez. Just in the Binty box from you. Talk later. Yeah. Yeah, of course, of course. You know, something I think it's time to invest in as a top loader binder. I think I've got too many just things. Alright, sweet. I think everybody has went, commented. Still 25 of us still kicking in here. It's definitely a great video. Cat video definitely made me feel better. She's really good at doing that. I think others have slept to your soothing voice, leaving the stream playing. that could be. Got you. I'm ordering in bulk tomorrow. Coming here. Sweet. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and unplug this for once. It's way too hot. I don't think my phone was charging the whole time, actually. Do that. Do some simple math here. Well, it was actually quite tough. Simple math's concerned. Alright. Ooh, are we sure? I want to make sure that I highlighted the right one. I mean, that could very well be. That could be. Try again. is accurate. Alright, that's going to be a real close race. Alright, this is going to be a real close race here. There was only 3 of us in there, and that's quite alright. Oh, wait for me, Shins. I can wait. I can wait. Is me Shins not back yet? I'm back. A little longer. Took power nap. What's going on? Oh, wait for me, Shins. Okay, I'll wait for me, Shins. If you scroll up, there you go, me Shins. Go to that and comment on that short real quick. On Haley short, if you haven't already today. And we're about to run this for this mini PokéGhost booster pack here for the Shadowless Squirtle Tops card of 2 treasures, the zombie, the Pikachu, and then the Abra little Wabbit PokéGhost card, which signature is definitely too dark. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Ooh, that's a nice art. Yep. So I'm gonna give all these away to one person here. Go ahead and comment on that short. There was only 3 there when I was looking at it just now, but I'll wait for you, Mishins, if you want to go and drop a comment on there and see if you can win these. I think that took us right to about 5 hours. Silver Sharpies. Probably not a bad idea. Nice for my decks. It doesn't have any IRs, I believe. I think you're right. You facts. You as well, man. Did you comment on Haley short? If you didn't, do that real quick, man. But I appreciate you being here, Halifax. Okay, got it. Alright, excellent. Appreciate you, Mishins. See if Halifax wants to comment on there as well. It was great seeing you, man, and I appreciate you hanging out. Alright. Sweet. Alright, got 2 more in there. Appreciate you guys. Make sure I didn't miss anybody coming in late. Bombardier, I think. Which Pokemon is that? Ooh, the crane one is pretty. Right? Might be fate. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna take you guys over here. Yes, that is Bombardier in the background there. Let's go right over here. Alright. And a winner. My computer's very jumpy, y'all, so give it a second. Well, no shot. Ryan Tran, are you still here? Congrats, Ryan Tran. Ryan Tran, are you still here? I wonder if that was from him. Yes, he is. Is he here? It might have been an earlier comment. Countdown? Yeah. Let's do a quick countdown. That's Sugimori. So this is Mitsuhiro Rita did this Squirtle. But what's cool about this Squirtle Mishins is it's shadowless, so this is kind of a older card than the original base set. And I don't have many, but I was like, you know what, out of all the shadowless I have, this was a fun night. He did comment 11 minutes back. Ryan Tran! 0. Womp womp. Okay, we'll rerun it. Squirtle underwater. That's a good question. I always imagine him on top of a rock sticking out of the water. Probably comments as she released it. Yeah, that could be it. Stop a coral, I think. I think you're right. I guess it could be underwater. I never thought about it before, but the bubbles would make a lot more sense. Even though the attack is a bubble, so maybe he can just spit out bubbles. That's a good question. That's alright. Trust me when I say Ryan Tran will have his fair share. Alright. Here we go. And the winner. Oh, I'm sorry, Emmanuel. I don't know why I did that. Mishins, you came up the winner. So I don't know what was in the cosmos at all and why that happened. No worries. Yeah, the Emmanuel, it stopped on you, and then the winner popped up. Mishins. I'm gonna defrag my computer because that keeps happening. I thought it did too, man. And then my computer decided to take over. That was cruel. It was a little bit cruel. It was a little bit cruel. And Emmanuel, you know I will take care of you later for sure. I'm sorry that happened. 1 second of happiness, I know, and I'm so sorry, Emmanuel. That was my computer's fault. I promise I'm working on the upgrade. Speaking of which, my Venmo's up at the top there. No. Mishins, congratulations. Really want it, I'll give it to him. Oh, no worries, buddy. No. Mishins, you definitely earned it. It was all fair and square. We're just having a good time. You definitely earned it, man, and I'm glad that you won it. I am glad that you won it. Especially waking up to come back to get it. It is absolutely incredible. So, awesome job. We're going to do it this way. Man, I gotta work on my penmanship. That's how I won my first giveaway here too. That is true. It stopped on one person, and then I was like, "Whoa, congratulations, so and so!" And then it flipped over to Lori. Your first giveaway win. Excellent. Well, I appreciate that, Mishins, and I'm glad that it was right here. Congratulations on your win. I am going to be getting things packed up this weekend, sent out next week, and everybody will have it by then. So, appreciate you all, and Manuel, appreciate you, fam. Oh, is it so? Congrats, Misha. Yeah, this is incredible. I'm glad that that was your first win for sure. But yes, I will get that out for sure. It will come with a, an autograph energy also. I'm going to make sure everybody gets one. It was fun. Thank you, Kev. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It was fun. I'm glad that you guys had a little bit of fun. I tried to escape from reality. I swear I'm going to run these giveaways through a test because I think I got everything set up. The big difference that I face, y'all, is I don't run on my computer Streamlabs. Everything Streamlabs is from my phone, which I can do giveaways. I just haven't tested it out yet. So I'm gonna give that a test. I'm gonna work on my hitbox, getting that up. We're gonna play a lot more Guess the Artist, so be ready for that. If anybody can take Outgrowing Reality, man, that was spot on with every artist that I was throwing out there. You just got it. So, which means I do have that for you as well. I have those cards for you, so I'll be reaching out to you as well, Growing. But I really appreciate you, fam. I appreciate everybody here. Is there anybody live streaming right now? How do I get you my address? You can always send me in Discord. Discord missions if you're in Discord. If you're not in Discord, I need to set up a command for my email. But my email is the PokéGhost Kev at gmail.com. Just make sure that if you do send me an email, Mishins, you're not in my Discord, or you can come into my Discord. There we go. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Alien. You can pop into my Discord there, or you can shoot me an email at that. All I ask is when you reach out, just send me a picture of your YouTube channel so that I know it's like the real Mishins, and I don't send your card somewhere else. Same exact time, man. That was like, love it. Commands are not working. I'm going to fix that as well. Streamlabs, yeah, Streamlabs messed up. I have to re-add it as a moderator, so that will be fixed by Saturday as well. But this was insanely fun. I had a really fun time, y'all. Thanks for letting me read some poetry, nerd out, and enjoy some of the art with me. Let's go ahead and take a look and see if there is any but out in the world that's streaming, or are we all going to go and raid our pillows instead? We have Lost Hero Game, we have Pokeboys, we have Travman. Does anybody have any suggestions? Because I'm totally down with the Pokeboys. If anybody else has any suggestions, I'm open. Real Neesons. I heard Liam Neeson's. Mod's working overtime. I'd give away. Both of you mods here have more than enough coming. Promise. Manuel, I'm working, so no pillow for me. Probably not sleeping. Really fun stream, Kev. I'm glad you were able to catch it too. Every single one of you being here just made it so much fun, so I super appreciate you all. Alright, well, and this is definitely not obligatory, so if y'all do need to go or you need to raid some pillows, absolutely appreciate you being here. What we're going to do here is I do see the Pokeboys are live. Let me see which Pokeboy is live, if they're still live, or if mine's just being slow. Oh, mine might just being slow. 21 minutes ago. Yep, just missed them. Well, that might be the end of it, y'all. Because I think Lost Hero was just doing his overnight stream. We got the Trav Man. Well, I've never rated Tribe Man before. Saying Pokemon Rip and Ship Live Prismatic 151 and Mystery Bags. What do you guys think? Tribe Man. James and Elena are live. I don't know if I'm subbed to James and Elena. Let's see. James and Elena, and catch y'all later. Have a great night, Emmanuel. James and Elena are live. We can do Trav Man. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and do Trav Man. I've never rated Trav Man before, and then James and Elena, we'll remember that. I don't know why they're on so late, but we can definitely do them for next time. But for now, let's go ahead and go raid Trav Man. Let's go ahead and haunt him. PokéGhost raid if you're here. And super appreciate you all. Again, my name is Kev the PokéGhost. Thanks for joining me, and remember, at the end of every username, there is a person, and we can all be good people. So, I appreciate you all being here. And remember, get everything that you set out to get, and don't let anything stop you. Just remember to do it through peace, love, and Pokemon. Let's go raid.